Good day and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Today we are playing the Euro Truck Simulator 2. We picked up a vaccine shipment at the end of last Euro Truck stream, so we're going to be delivering that to start our journey across Europe. So please like, share, and follow. Much appreciated if you do that. And pin that. Oops, did it pin? I think it pinned. There we go. And put the poll up because everybody loves a good poll, you know. One's a good one here. I think we're gonna get interesting result here because it's one of those questions that I think will, people have lots of different thoughts on. We'll see if we can get it to the top of my screen so I can other things. All right. Polls. Go. Nice, it was just down a tiny bit. Go. All right, we're already split. So that's good. Must be a good sign of a good poll, right? Everybody's got opinions. Joey, thank you for liking and sharing. Much appreciated. And I hope the sound is
Joey,
okay.
thank you for liking and sharing.
Much appreciated. Joey gets 2 thank yous, not 1, but 2. So that's awesome. William. Is that a new one? It is. William, hi all. There we go. Any time of day, coffee will be good. That's the thing, Some people, some people won't touch it. Some people will only have it up to a certain time because, they can't sleep then. Other people will only have it at certain, like in the morning. It's one of those things. Very, very different habits for people. Some, I just had a coffee. I had a Frappuccino. Caramel Frappuccino just now. About a half an hour ago. So I'm good for a while. Past 2 though. It's like 7 o'clock at night. So, I'd say I had it at about 5 actually. But, I don't have to work early in the morning. So I'm okay if I'm not sleepy at 10 o'clock or whatever. I got the trailer on me, the vaccines. We're going to deliver the vaccines and get them to their place they need to go. I don't know what it's a vaccine for exactly. It might be for fighting the COVIDs, or it might be for something else. I'm only the truck driver. I don't know. I just got to get it there safely because, they need it there. How's it going today, you guys? Hope you're having a good weekend. William saying hi all earlier there. All right. So on the hockey, I put up the video if anybody's interested in the video of the goal highlights kind of thing. It's on the YouTube. The link is in the video description. To watch at your convenience, of course, if you're into it. Show you some cool moves, Plus it helps actually. William might like that because you can see what's been working for us, at least in this version of NHL. They're always a little different every year. You're in bed watching streamers, well, there you go. Now you can watch me deliver an important package in medical vaccines, because medical vaccines pay very well in Euro Truck Simulator 2. I hope I spelled that right. My titles look okay, everybody? I didn't leave it on NHL, did I? That would suck. Imagine all these people going to watch hockey and then they just see the hockey man on the side. Did you ever play the hockey tabletop? You know, where the little spinning things, you know? They have a soccer one that you can play too. But the hockey one is pretty cool, I thought, growing up. The it's good. Accident call 911. The you know, for the foosball, like the soccer one, I got to play a human foosball once. That was really fun and cool. You actually strapped, it was at a bar, fairly big bar in southern Alberta, and you strapped in on this pole, like this giant, there's these giant bars going across the room, and you strapped in, and basically anybody on your line had to move when you moved as well. And so that, you know, we were playing for a tournament, me and some friends there, and we actually did really well. It was for like a $1,000 bar tab. We did fairly well. It was like, you know, in university, there's some of my university buddies, and then we were going to the finals, and unfortunately, you know, most of the finals was after the university let out, so most of my team had gone. So I just had some random friends that were in the bar kind of line up with me. We did okay, but we placed second, unfortunately. It was right down to the wire. You know, somebody didn't want to get hit in the face, so, you know, the ball got to the back, and then it was unfortunately a score. But we were really close, though. I got like 6 or 7 goals myself, trying to do what I could, and then, you know, some of the other teammates, I think it was 10 or something you had to get, but we lost like not 10-9 or something in the very last match, and didn't get the bar tab. But it was really fun either way, though. Jane, thank you for liking. Amanda, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I should turn on the old music-a-rooney, eh? Doesn't give you the music countdown. What do you want here for music? Let's see. Let's pick random here. My eyes are closed, I can't see. I'll scroll up and down a bunch, you know. And click. Oh, did I click one? Oh, it's down there. Scatterbrain. Sounds good. Doesn't help when I click off the screen, eh? Ryan, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Yes, we're delivering. We're delivering the goods here today, folks. We're gonna be... Hopefully Joey will feel nice and relaxed while watching streamers in bed. That this will be very relaxing. You know, he'll be dreaming of trucking across Europe after, you know. That'd be cool if I was in your dream, eh? You know, we'd be trucking around Europe, you know, and delivering the vaccines for people that need it. And then, you know, you'll wake up very refreshed in the morning because you'll have delivered all these things for people in their sleep. But not forced in or anything like that, you know, just the people that want it. But you know, hopefully it'll, you know, put everybody up to that herd immunity that they want. But as far as it goes, we are flying, man. We got 2,474 kilometers to go. Big trip, big money. Here's the money right here. Look at it. 71 hours remaining, $170,000. Buy a garage with that right there. You know, 191 right now, so I'll be able to afford a garage and a car just from that. Van biz. Oh, I thought there was a split earlier. I guess there isn't a split. I think somebody changed their vote. William, did you change your vote? Don't forget to vote. Gearin. Anybody state your opinion about coffees? We gotta know. Inquiring minds gotta know. Oh crap, speeding ticket already, eh? Well, I guess we're getting 169,900. Is that gonna do it? 78, 79, there, we'll set right there. How we good for gas? We're okay for gas. No, you're the same? Okay. You're okay with the coffee? Oh no, it's split now. Somebody just changed it again. Did 100% a second ago, I swear. But we got a split right now. 50%. 2 and 2 right now. Interesting. Maybe somebody's undecided. But you know, I'm sure there will be votes for all of them later. You're wondering why I picked 3 p.m. Oh, now somebody changed it again. I see you flipping it around. I don't know who's doing it because it's anonymous. But I could see the vote changed a little bit. But the reason I picked 3 p.m. on that is because a lot of studies suggest that you give it a certain amount of time before bed. And so if you're going to bed at like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, then that would be that certain amount of time, I think. I think it's like 8 hours or something like that. I guess that'd mean 11 something. William, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. But you need to, what you need. The best thing for sleeping, we're all honest with ourselves, is that blue light from monitors, like computer screens, iPads and stuff. You know what Joey's doing right now? That blue light actually makes it a little tougher for you to go to sleep immediately. So if you have an iPad or computer, you can get one of those color adjusters. There's software on computers, and there's a setting in your iPad or phone and stuff, and you can actually tell it to set it so that it reduces that blue light by the end of the day. So if you turn on that setting, you'll notice it kind of will look a little more yellowy. If you have it on a timer, it gets more and more yellowy towards the end of the day so that it helps you sleep better. So I have that on my work monitor. Throughout the day, it just kind of slowly goes a little bit higher, although it doesn't help me because I get home and I stream, and then I have normal blue light, of course, on the stream, but I try to counter that. I got a weighted blanket. Those are supposed to help you sleep too, right? But it is something you can adjust if you feel that might be something worth trying. And I don't think those programs cost anything. You might have to just look up app for blue light or something like that, or do a Google search or something. Oh, it's 80 here. But I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of that, Joey, William? You guys seen that information about those softwares that you can do that with? I think it's kind of cool. You can do that. Got, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. All right. Good evening. You like that imitation, Got? I imitated somebody from Sesame Street. One. Oh, Yeah, I'm a little bit more awake too, probably, because I had a Frappuccino at 5. Could be related. I got my Pepsi. Cheers to the Pepsi. I mowed my lawn today, or part of my lawn anyway. I did the back lawn. It was a little overgrown. Should have did it before the snowfall. We're transporting the vaccine. Got important package. Brody, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, you guys. And got if you're, I don't know if you saw it, the hockey video is up for at your convenience if you want to check it out later, or anybody else wants to check it out. I clipped her together and put it up. The hockey ones take a little while for me to put together. Need more vaccines here. I think these vaccines are where they headed here. They're headed to GNT. I don't know. William, do you know where GNT is? I have no idea. Some country. Somewhere, I guess we can look. Uppsala. It's going to Spain, I guess. So here we go. We're going all the way up. Oh, it's not Spain. Sweden. There we go. Elena, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Yeah, Spain, Sweden. Good thing we checked, eh? Our Premier of British Columbia got his. He put out a little tweet today. So those who are wondering about John Horgan, this is a long haul, yeah. This is the one I grabbed at the end of the last session. Just hooked up the trailer and then I wrapped. So this is brand new out of the gate, this mission. I'm not sure how to say your name. Vluku? Vluhukulu? I don't know, sorry. But thank you for following. Much appreciated. If you watch long enough, you'll see I am pretty bad at getting names right as far as how to pronounce them. You know, just ask William. Just kidding. It's William. His name is easy to figure out. But oh, we can go 90 here. What's this? We got Julian with the stars for star. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Look at them stars. Star height. Will I am. I'm sure I get a lot of names wrong though. You know, for all we know, it could be goat. Right? I've been saying that the whole way, the whole time wrong. But you know, we're trying. We try to acknowledge everybody if I can, to some extent. Abdul, thank you for following. Much appreciated. All right, we got the votes rolling in, guys, for the voting. Did I get a new haircut? No. I mowed the lawn. That was as cutty as it gets. I cut the lawn. Then I combed my hair after because it looked like Rick Sanchez from that cartoon. You know that I don't know if you know what cartoon I'm talking about, but you know, Rick and Morty. If you haven't seen Rick and Morty, it's pretty funny though. Did you just start watching any Black Mirror yet, Got? You did a great job. How do you know my lawn looks great? What's going on here? The yeah, I just gave the lawn a little trim because you know, I didn't mow it before the snow fell, so you know, figured it'd probably be healthier for the lawn to get quick chop in. It was a really hot day today too, you know, really warm. Although I don't have my water on yet outside. I'll probably do that next weekend or something. Just exercise by lawn, I suppose. Spend some time in the sun, you know. Relax in the sun, sorta. Is it hard to do lawn? No, not particularly. I mean, the very first time you start the mower for the season, it takes a few pulls, but Bill, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But yeah, it takes a few tries as far as it goes. But you know, you just hit the little button, give it a little bit of prime gas, and then you know, eventually it kicks in. I think it was too cold at the end of the season. I couldn't start it at the end of the season, but it was so hot today, and everything was good and warm as it was. Really probably got to get the blade on my lawnmower probably sharpened one of these days. You know, can I post my lawn in Discord? I'm probably not gonna post my lawn in Discord. There's a good chance I'm not gonna, because I don't know if that'll be a very impressive picture. You know, I mean, it looks like a lawn. You haven't seen one yet. You haven't seen a lawn? It's just like short green grass. It looks like, if you look on the side of the road here in the game, it looks like that, except without the tree on it. And you know, if you let it not if you don't mow it for a long time, then it kind of looks like with the trees. Hey Jordy, how are you? We're transporting vaccines, Jordy. Got the important stuff here. Vaccines for whatever people need vaccines for, I guess. It gives the best money in the game. I got 170,000 pounds coming towards me if I can successfully deliver these without incident in a refrigerated truck. Thank you for liking, much appreciated. But we're delivering them, and we're gonna make the moolah. Please don't wreck. I heard that Moderna actually had a problem with one of their facilities, and it slowed them down a bit. Something went wrong with a batch. Can you cut yourself if you don't know how to use it? Well, don't put your foot underneath the part where the blade is and you'll be fine. But I suppose if you're, you're running the lawnmower and, you stuck your hand or your foot in where the blade is, you might find yourself down a hand or a foot. So I suppose you could do some damage. Heroes for heroes. That's right. Johnson also not good. I think that if you compare it to no vaccine at all, whatever vaccine you can get is good. You know, because the side effects of what can happen to people that get hit by that virus bad enough. Well, you don't want that. So it provides the protection you need. From what Carrie was saying, she was feeling crappy for a couple days, but she's still protected. You prefer no vaccines at all? Well, I mean, that's your choice, but if you find you're one of the unlucky ones that gets it and stuff, you know, you could find that that could be a bad decision, right? It's it really depends how it hits you, and then of course you could also unknowingly get somebody that sick that didn't maybe they couldn't get the vaccine because of you know, because they have some sort of medical condition, or maybe, you know, because sometimes, you know, you take the vaccine and it doesn't immunize you. Yeah, so like Jordy saying, 6 people got blood clots out of 7 million, and it's only a precaution. So, and that's you know, so if you are in a group that maybe you've had reactions to different vaccines in the past, that's where it you know, you want to get your advice of a medical professional. But you know, the odds are on your side that you know, the worst you'll have is a sore arm, or maybe you'll feel crappy for a day or two. But the part that I wouldn't want is if I decided not to take it and then I found out that I accidentally, you know, made a friend or a relative sick, or even somebody I didn't know. That would bother me a lot. Alright, why isn't this giving me the thing? There, mine will get that. So, you know, it is more than just a decision for yourself that you're making. Who's to say they might not have had blood clots without? That's true. I mean, you know, like it might have just been some other thing. They haven't completely determined if that was the problem, you know. But you know, probably what'll really motivate a lot of people is if the airlines or something starts saying you need to have a proof, otherwise you're not going with us, kind of thing. You're not a good decision maker. Handsome, thank you for liking. Well, I mean, that's the thing, you know, you gotta either take it or not take it, right? That's your choice. But you know, I mean, you could get hit by a bus too, right? So, you know, you know, whatever's gonna happen to you is gonna happen to you, right? Although, like I said, the unfortunate thing is if you wind up getting somebody else sick because your decision that kills somebody indirectly, that might not be nice, you know. Like, I know some people that can't take the vaccine at all because of their medical condition, so they're kind of at the mercy of anybody who they run across that didn't take it. That's why our premier says, that's the reason you got it. Our premier said the best choice is the first one offered to you. But talk to your doctor, you know. If you have a medical history of allergy reactions or whatever, then that's the important thing to be aware of. Maybe they might say, you know, stay away from a particular one or something. For others, if I got it, I would be fine. You already got it, Jordy, right? I haven't got mine yet. My age group's not up yet. For Canada, organized a little differently. So, you know, they're still doing age groups above mine. And Jordy's young too, you know. He's Jordy football. He'd probably be all right. But you know, you know, this way he's protecting his relatives and friends, and even Old Man Jones that he runs across when he's shopping. How did you feel, Jordy? Did you have any reactions at all to the thing, or just a sore arm, or what? You know what you should do, Got? I don't know if did they have lottery where you are? You should go get your shot and buy a lottery ticket, and then see if you know, anything happens either way for you. You know, because your odds are, you know, with like millions of people taking it and not having problems. You know, your odds are just like winning the lottery if you have problems. Just a bit foggy and tired. See, there you go. But yeah, there's a couple of them that got a little bit bad rep right now because, you know, they're being cautious with them. Your wife didn't feel well. She is fine now and fully vaccinated. That's good. Yeah, I have some relatives that got the shot. You know, a couple of them got the AstraZeneca. One got Pfizer. So, MD, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And they said that, you know, the little bit of a sore tender arm, you know, if you laid on that arm that first day, but other than that, they felt fine. AstraZeneca seems to be really a lot more common in Canada, at least, it seems. And as far as the blood clots thing goes, that's more like, I think it's more even, they're concerned more for females under a certain age. So then they'll be careful. Felt tired for about 4 hours. After that, I was grilling and drinking some beers. Reaction's different for everybody. Might last for 3 days, I think, the reactions. Could be. Carrie in the chat here, she was saying a couple days she was feeling crappy there. So I don't know if she's fully feeling better yet. Maybe she'll fill us in if she pops in. She had the Johnson & Johnson one. Yeah, everybody's body reacts different. But God, keep in mind, you know, if you go off of those stories, of the bad stories that you hear, I mean, you wouldn't leave your house, right? Because, you know, your odds are actually higher of getting hit by a car crossing the street. Hey Sean, how are you? So, you know, you know, that's just the thing, right? There's so many different things that could get you. So you can't really worry about that stuff too much. If you feel like really bad, if you take the shot and you feel really bad, you let your doctor know and they'll try to take care of you. You're bored at home. 5 of your family members took Johnson & Johnson and are fine. That's good to hear. Now, what I'm talking about, never leaving your house, God. Like, ever. You know, just like that Alanis Morissette song. You know, about the ironic song. He's saying that the guy was scared of flying on an airplane his whole life. And then he got on an airplane and it crashed. You know, that stuff can happen, but, you know, I mean, most of the time it doesn't. course, that said, you know, there's better places on the airplane you can sit. I mean, lots of people, you know, actually, even if the plane does have problems, well, a lot of people survive that too. So you're talking about a very small percentage of, you know, the actual ones. Airplane travel is actually very safe. Again, compared to cars. They say, for cars, they say 90% of accidents are human error. So maybe one day we'll have them automated cars, all fully self-driving. And then we'll be reducing accidents. But again, God, don't feel like peer pressured into taking it. You want to make up your own mind, of course. But, you know, I'm just telling you that the odds are fairly decent in your favor for surviving. You know, millions and millions of people have taken it without a problem. And your doctor knows the best. Unless you got like a weird doctor, in which case, you know, your doctor might not know the best. You know, some weird doctors don't know anything. They know just as much as you. I actually asked my doctor about it. They said, yeah, you're not gonna have much of a choice. Just take whatever one you can. Didn't interact with any problems. You see your doctor like money? I think most doctors like money, don't they? Oh, this guy's past me, isn't he? That guy, eh? Thatcha, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I'm sure there's a lot of people in that concerned thing, though. Concerned individuals. They don't ever care. They don't care you but my money. Yeah. Well, I think they care to an extent. You know, they don't want their patient to die. That makes them look bad. Plus, they lose any additional money from you in the future if you're not one of their patients anymore. I don't know, you know, in Canada, you have trouble even getting a doctor. You know, like a family doctor. There's waiting lists, they're like 2 years long. All the crafters, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, eh? But, yeah, no, there's, it's pretty crazy. That's the only thing about the Canadian medical system is some cities, you know, it's buggering of time trying to get a family doctor. Like, you have to go to walk-in clinics or whatever. You know, you wind up consistently going to the same doctor, but you gotta wait in a kind of a queue for it. I don't know how doctors are in the area. It's you know, coming up on finals week, so super busy. Nice. It means that soon you'll be super relaxed after you're done them. This is a good relaxing meditating game to watch. You don't trust your doctor? Well, then don't ask your doctor about it then. Well, I hope you're doing okay if you're going to the doctor soon. Ask your pharmacist. You know who actually knows the most about that kind of thing is pharmacists. They know more about, you know, drug interactions and stuff like that than family doctors do. Those guys study that stuff. William with the smiles. True, you know. But this pharmacist, they know their crap. Like, I've even talked to a doctor, and you know, they said to ask the pharmacist about something because they know, as long as they know all your, you know, any medicines you may take, you know, they can really help. They cross-reference if there's interactions between certain things and whatever, you know. You prefer pharmacists and self-medicate? You know, when you say self-medicate, it makes me think of Kurt Cobain. He self-medicated. He had like a massive stomach pain problem back in the day. And that's actually why he became so addicted to, I think it was morphine or something. Because he was self-medicating that. It didn't end well, by the way. All the crafters, do you like Kurt Cobain? Are you a big Nirvana fan ever? Who is Kurt Cobain? Oh, God. Is Nirvana is the band. They're a Seattle band. They started the grunge movement, or popularized the grunge movement, rather, I guess. Wang, thank you for following. Much appreciated. You don't know who that is? Oh, you guys gotta pull out some classic music here. You know who the Foo Fighters are? No, Kurt Cobain got killed. Self-inflicted gunshot to the head. Although there's some people that claim that's conspiracy, but he had a sad story. He died at 27. Foo Fighters, the guy that is the lead singer, Dave Grohl, of the Foo Fighters, was the singer or the drummer of Nirvana. So, but yeah, the grunge movement was started by Nirvana. You know, you probably heard, I'm sure you've heard Nirvana songs before. You know, there's that, like, Smells Like Teen Spirit was one of their big ones. I mean, it's old now if you're younger, of course, but it did influence a lot of music after it, though. Rickbot, thank you for following, much appreciated. So, like, if you ever want to hear a pretty good classic album, listen to the Nevermind album. I think most rock stars, there's a lot in the 27 Club, that's for sure. The 27 Club is a group. They say because a lot of really famous people die at 27. But yeah, Nirvana, he probably died. I'm sure before Call of Crafters was even around, because I think that was like 91 or 92 when Kurt Cobain died. But there's some documentaries on Netflix and stuff like that. Drugs is maybe the reason. Yeah, he self-medicated with morphine and was addicted. That's before your time. Although, you know, Call of Crafters, you gotta admit though, regardless of how old you are, you know, there's bands that, you know, you can enjoy that are before your time. You know, like, maybe Nirvana wasn't as well known for you, but, you know, Queen was in their heyday way before your time. But I'm sure, well, maybe you haven't heard of them, but you probably have heard of them or had a good chance of hearing them. Or the Doors, that kind of thing. The Doors are like in the 60s, you know? But yeah, it's the thing, you know, some of these bands that influence, you know, even if you haven't heard of them directly, they influence some of the music later, right? So, but Foo Fighters still active. I'd like to really see them in concert. You heard of Nirvana but did not get the chance to hear their songs? Well, there you go. You can make yourself a YouTube video, you and Call Crafters, called Got and Call Crafters Reacts to Nirvana. And I'd watch that and give you at least one view. Hey, there you go, guys. Good thing, you know. I'll give you a good recommendation like that. Oh crap! Oh, got nailed. The guy hit me. Gotta go watch a video. Just go back. Okay. Maybe you should listen to some Nirvana while you do your video. Just have it as background music. That'd be cool. Fire Devil, thank you for liking. Just kidding. It's probably you better focus on the video for school. Yeah, Nirvana's a big Gen X kind of thing, you know, like the Gen Xers kind of really got into Nirvana and bands of that genre, I guess. Armelita, thank you for liking, much appreciated. What are their popular songs? It Smells Like Teen Spirit, Come As You Are. That whole album is brilliant. And then Nevermind, it's called. That whole album is really good. You know, it's one of those ones that, you know, the songs are really, I think they're really good anyway. I don't know. It's not my usual style of music, but I really enjoyed that album back in the day. Funny, in university, I remember one guy was so into Nirvana. He was a DJ for the college radio station. And he put, during one of his shows, he played Nirvana 25 times in a row or something like that. He had like several hour show, and he played Smells Like Teen Spirit over and over. Can you sing one line for us? You can't even understand Nirvana's lyrics. That's the thing. You know? Like, hey Rich, thank you for liking. You know, that's the thing. Weird Al Yankovic, if you know who that is, made a spoof of a Nirvana song, talking about singing with marbles in his mouth, kind of making fun of how you can't understand what Nirvana's actually saying. Don't know who Weird Al Yankovic is? Oh, well, there you go. He's been around a long time, but he's an American parody guy. So he'll sing songs like that are based on popular songs, and he'll kind of make a spoof of it. Oh crap! Speeding ticket. Are Nirvana weird? Not really. I mean, you know, weird is sort of based on your perspective, but they were groundbreaking though, right? They changed kind of music at that time. They shifted it to something new, right? But you know, It was a, you know how sometimes there'll be a popular band that comes along and suddenly the popular music is different. So you know, like it was a lot of really pop kind of stuff at the, you know, before Nirvana, and then it turned into grunge, which is like kind of hard rock sort of thing, but the lyrics are sort of down. Come as you are, that's a, yeah, come as you are, as you were, as I want you to be, as a friend. You like Billie Eilish? There you go, hey? Billie Eilish isn't like Nirvana. But, yeah, Come As You Are is another good song on that, on that Nevermind album. But, yeah, no, there's a lot of, he's good and weird. Well, there you go. But yeah, Weird Al Yankovic, he's a parody artist, so he'll sing, you know, like Michael Jackson, he had a song called I'm Bad. Well, Weird Al Yankovic had a song called I'm Fat. And then his video was based in the same subway as Michael Jackson's video, except Weird Al Yankovic was wearing a giant fat suit, singing about how he likes to eat food and how he's fat. You know, as a joke, right? And, you know, different, he'll make fun of different songs, like, I don't know if he's done Billie Eilish songs yet, but, he's still current. He's done spoofs of fairly current artists. Many artists view Weird Al Yankovic as doing their song as kind of an honor, actually. So, that's how established he is. But, I don't know, is it good? Eat it. Yeah, eat it instead of beat it. Eat it, eat it, eat it. You know, I don't know if you know who Green Day is, but they're a punk band, and they had a song called American Idiot. And Weird Al Yankovic did a song called Canadian Idiot. So instead of I want to be an American idiot, you know, it's like Weird Al Yankovic is singing I want to be a Canadian idiot. That kind of thing. Being a beer swilling hockey nut. If you want a funny song to listen to, I might have even put that in the videos section of my Discord. That one. I'm not sure. I know there's one Weird Al song, and it might have been that one. You know Green Day? You know, without Nirvana, there probably would be no Green Day. Because I'm sure they influenced them to a degree, too. Green Day's not Canadian, no. And neither is Weird Al Yankovic, but Weird Al Yankovic still made a song called Canadian Idiot because it was a funny version of American Idiot. I think Green Day's from California, if I remember right. Man, we're already sleepy? Holy crap. Yeah, I remember Green Day they came out, I remember when they kind of got popular with that Dookie album. One of my friends had said that he had seen them live before that, and he said they were terrible. And then all of a sudden with this Dookie album, they were really good. And then later on, after Dookie, because Dookie was pretty well received, that whole album was well received. After that, then Billy Armstrong, the singer of that, he totally changed how he looked and everything. But I don't know. I like Green Day. They're fun. Y'all, thank you for liking and sharing. Much appreciated. We're delivering the vaccines, y'all, over to Sweden. And they're gonna give us money. Money, money, money. 170,000 biggins. No, I just combed it. No haircut. You aren't allowed to go into businesses right now here. It was wild, so I combed it. But yeah, no, all the in-person business, non-essential stuff is closed pretty much right now. Yeah, I'd say out of for record albums, I would say that my 4 favorite record albums. Angel Dust from Faith No More would be one of them. Like, I like almost every song on that one. Mr. Bungle album, like its self-titled album. I like that one. And Nirvana, Nevermind is a really good album that I like the whole thing of. And Dookie's a good album too, from Green Day. Oh, and Beastie Boys' License to Ill is another one of my favorite albums. No idea. Well, that's what I was telling you, got. That was my opinion as to what a few albums I really like are. I could listen to Mr. Bungle or Faith No More all day, man. It would be like the Faith No More channel if I could. I've seen Faith No More live in concert. They're really good too. What's Nirvana's best album? Is Nevermind is their best album. They only had a couple albums, like 3 albums or something like that. The other one's not bad. The first one's so-so, but the Nevermind was their hit album. Faith No More is a band that I like. Mike Patton is the singer. If you look in the videos, I actually posted a video in Discord of a movie that Mike Patton stars in. A really messed up movie too, by the way. Who is Faith No More? It's just a band, music band from San Francisco. But Angel Dust is, in my opinion, is my favorite album. But yeah, Mike Patton, the singer. I've seen him perform live in about 4 different bands. And if I had a chance, I'd go see Mr. Bungle as well. But Mr. Bungle is a band that a lot of people have a hard time listening to, because it's like super alternative. Like, you know, like to them it doesn't make any sense, but you know, it's actually really, really well constructed. You haven't checked out Mike Patton yet? Yeah, you'll even see in my video bio for every, as well as Twitter and stuff like that, I actually mentioned Mike Patton fan. Mr. Bungle is a band that they got Mike Patton from for Faith No More. So he was in Mr. Bungle first, and then he went to a concert or something and presented a demo tape to Faith No More. And then they had trouble with their singer before that, and they kicked the singer because the singer was like a massive drug addict. They kicked him out, and then Mike Patton became the singer. And if you want to know another connection here, one of Faith No More's previous singers, before this guy, before the guy they kicked out, and a couple singers before that even, one of their previous singers was Courtney Love. Now, as to who Courtney Love is, that was Kurt Cobain's wife. later on. He wasn't married to Kurt Cobain at the time, but at the time of Kurt Cobain's death, Courtney Love was his wife, and they had a daughter named Frances Bean, who actually just released an album not too long ago too. And they weren't sure if she was actually going to get into music, but Frances Bean looks a lot like Kurt. Do you know all that, or are you a stalker? I just read a lot, you know. So you know, I read in a book about Faith No More about Courtney Love being a singer, and I knew who Courtney Love was via her band Hole, and I knew that she was also married to Kurt Cobain. So, you know, if there's a documentary or a book sometimes about, you know, your favorite singers or whatever, you might read that. So I did read that. It looks like I watched the documentary on Beastie Boys not too long ago. And there's a lot of connections between all these different bands too. Brett, thank you for liking. Small world, a lot of connections. That's true. Gonna watch a nice vintage movie with the wife. Nice. You have it picked out? What vintage movie are you gonna watch? Man, is there not anywhere to sleep in this game or what? Hey, crap, dude. We've been on the red bed for a while here. There's one coming up right there. I assume that is a, yeah, it's a rest stop too. Vincent Price. I'll get fined over and over. It'll cost me a lot of money if I don't sleep, and then eventually my truck will wind up in the ditch. And then I'll have to pay for repairs. And repairs can be upwards of $70,000. So I don't want to lose all my money for the trip because I didn't sleep. Because there's no way we're going to make 17 hours without $8,000 in fines and crashing in the ditch 100 times. Yeah, you can turn off sleep modes and stuff like that. You can turn off damage, you can turn off everything, but kind of defeats You're swerving pretty bad. Nope, only drinking the Pepsi. You can turn off all those modes, but it kind of defeats the fun of the game, I think, you know? I mean, I'm okay with playing a game on easy. Welcome back, Call of Crafters. I'm okay with playing a game on easy if it's like a story game or something like that. I'll normally play on medium, but you know, I don't know. I think this game wouldn't be as fun if you're just able to blow through everything, you know? I'd get bored of it quicker. Pepsi, your choice. You know, I'm not particularly... Oh, another $160 fine for not sleeping. I'm not particularly... No, I have Coca-Cola in the house too. You like Coke better than Pepsi? I think I like Pepsi a little better, but... I mean, you know, I don't mind Coke Zero. Whatever's around, man. There we go, guys. We're back on the road. All the crafters got back just in time to see my guy rest, so it's good. Not crash. He was very concerned about these virtual vaccines. All right. We gotta go 80 here and not get a ticket. These are gonna be turning up there though. Coming up. Look at that one driver made us 35 grand. Pat, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Thank you all for the likes and the shares. That helps a lot, you guys. Follow if you haven't followed. It's super awesome if you do that. You like fruit shakes or milk tea nowadays and soda? Well, that sounds good too. Is a fruit shake like a smoothie? Is that the same idea? I'm not really familiar with that term. I mean, you know, smoothie, yeah, there you go, eh? I just like something cold, really. Not a big hot liquid drinker, you know, like in the winter if I'm like super cold I'll have a hot chocolate, but you know, I don't typically even drink coffee. I just drink the frappuccinos even in the winter. How about milk? I'm not sure if I've had milk tea. That doesn't sound familiar. Is that like iced coffee, kind of similar to that? Cold drink? We'll go over here so the guy swerves in and not hit us. Back up to 80. 1,100 kilometers to go. Probably have to sleep one more time yet. Similar to iced coffee. I like iced tea. Although iced tea is very sugary. I like to have less sugar. As you know, there's plenty of sugar in my diet as it is. Anytime I can exclude sugar here and there, it's good. LU, thank you for following, much appreciated. I had a cinnamon bun earlier from Tim Hortons though. That's pretty good. Oh great. Guy's in the way. Can we work around him? Oh, I don't think we can. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to fit in there. Man, hope that doesn't mess us up too much. Happy Saturday. How's it going today? It's going good, thank you. We're talking about, I had a cinnamon bun from Tim Hortons earlier. Even sugarless for 3 to 4 months now. It's a struggle, but hey, it's worth it. Yeah, I try to, you know, eliminate it here and there, but there's sometimes it's pretty tough. I actually also had a little more junk today. I had a coffee crisp today. That's very Canadian of me. I know, but I had a coffee crisp chocolate bar. So I know Call of Crafters. I don't, you know, he's not gonna be having no coffee crisps. Because that's a Canada thing. I don't think they sell those outside of Canada. Maybe in England, I don't know, but I know the States doesn't have them at least. You're jealous? Cinnamon bun? Tim Hortons cinnamon bun on top of it. So I had a Tim Hortons cinnamon bun. The 3 junk today. You've never heard of it. It's a Canadian chocolate bar. So if you ever come to Canada, you have to have a coffee crisp. You know, if you watch I was watching a video where they're going over this King of the Hill cartoon where they, they had a guy talking about Canada. Like neighbor exchanged with one guy from Canada. 3 months, and they're making fun of Canada a little bit. And the Canadian guy had some coffee crisps, so I felt like having a coffee crisp after I saw that. Aero chocolate bars or something that's in Canada too. Coffee crisp is CRISP. So it's a chocolate bar called Coffee Crisp. Clay, thank you for liking. So it's, like some countries will have something and other countries won't. So that's a common Canadian chocolate bar. So they have Aero, they have Coffee Crisp. I'm not sure what other ones are in Canada, but not the States. How was the taste? It tastes like coffee a bit, yeah. It's like a kind of a wafery chocolate bar and a little bit of coffee flavor to it. So if you Google Coffee Crisp, I'm sure you'll see what the packaging looks like. But I mean, you have to come to Canada to try it or get it imported, I guess. It's like poutine, right? If you ever come to visit Canada, you're gonna have to make sure you grab yourself a poutine from a poutineery, because that's a very Canadian thing. Although you find poutine some places in the States. I don't know if it's only in Canada, but I know it's not in the States. Because a lot of times, like, for example, when I went to PAX, which is in the States, this convention, there will be people that exchange food from their country. So the Englanders would bring in Jaffa cakes. The Canadians will bring stuff like Coffee Crisp. And yeah, poutine is fries with gravy and cheese curds. So you put a sticker down for them before, when you were a subscriber, you had that one sticker. There's a poutine. So if you remember that sticker, that was one of them. It was a poutine. But yeah, it's a very Canadian thing. And usually there's more to it than just fries and gravy and cheese curds. There will be many that are all sorts of extra ingredients. I've had turkey dinner poutine, which is like essentially fries, gravy, and cheese curds. And then, all the fixings for Thanksgiving dinner, which would be like, turkey, gravy, cranberry, sauce, potatoes, and stuff like that. Or I've had poutine or pierogi poutine, where there's like pierogies and onion and sour cream and bacon and stuff like that on it. Sounds like a salad. I guess, it could be considered a root salad if you think of the fries as potatoes. Very heavy. I mean, you're gonna be full because it's full of carbs, right? You wouldn't want to eat that on a regular basis, I'm sure. But it's very tasty, of course. But you gotta have a poutine if you come to Canada. But if you're gonna have a poutine, don't just go to McDonald's. I mean, McDonald's has them, but McDonald's poutines are crap. compared to the real deal in the poutineries. You know, you want to go to a place specializing in it. You don't want the crap fast food poutines. I mean, if you gotta have a poutine and there's no other choice, they do, but they're not as good. Don't experience the real deal. And none of that string cheese. It has to be cheese curds too. Squeaky cheese curds. Poutine and coffee crisp, not at the same time. You know, don't mix that. You know, you have the coffee crisp later. There's also a Nanaimo bar. Some people like those. That's more of a Western Canadian thing. Where's the best coffee poutine? Well, Coffee Crisp is like a chocolate bar, so I mean, you can get that from any counter. Or you buy chocolate bars. Best poutine. I would assume the best poutines would be in Quebec. But, you know, if you have somebody that is in a poutineery, you know, they probably came from Quebec. So, you know, they would know how to make it, right? It's like, you know, if you wanted authentic whatever food, you know, if the person moved from wherever, you know, those are probably the ones that know how to make it the best, right? That's why I would say go for one at a poutineery over one from a McDonald's or something. That's one thing about Canada is they let people, you know, celebrate and share their, you know, their customs and traditions, right? So you'll often get to try a lot of cool food from all over the world. I mean, other countries let people do that too, but and Canada's quite proud of that fact, I think. You know, like, I like authentic Italian food. It's, you know, there's some really nice restaurants around. Did I ever have a pierogi casserole? Yeah, I think I might have tried that. Like once. You think Canada has more freedom? I mean, you know, I think it's considered a pretty open place, you know. They don't allow the hate speech. Jordan, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But I mean, you know, as far as it goes, they, you know, as long as you're not you know, causing some problem for somebody else, you know, it's pretty open as to what you can do. You know, if you're threatening somebody, you're breaking the law, right? It's just like any place, you get in trouble. And of course, people's attitudes will be different throughout the country, you know, for everything, right? So, you know, everybody has their own freedom of however they think, I guess. Everybody complains about taxes, you know, that kind of stuff. Look at that, guys. 823 kilometers. Deliver these vaccines. Our bed's partially blue, so I don't know if I can make it without sleeping, but we'll see. Maybe haven't any sleep right before. You heard taxes are high in Canada? I don't know. You know, I read, you know, about the taxes, and I mean, you know, it kind of depends what you're comparing them to. We got stars for Star. Thank you so much, Jordan. Yeah, I think that it kind of depends what you're comparing it to, right? So, you know, we might pay a little bit extra for taxes, but it might save us money somewhere else. I mean, everybody complains about taxes everywhere, but you know, it's one of those things. Jordan, thank you for sharing too. So, as to whether it's actually really high, I read a thing comparing it to the States, and they said it's actually, you know, when you add up the costs, it's relatively the same, despite, you know, the States having a better reputation for having way cheaper taxes. But when you start adding all the costs up, it kind of winds up being very similar. Although they got a better dollar in the States. I'm not sure about versus other countries. I just happened to read an article that was talking about it in proportion to the States. Hello! Thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Hello, hello. Is it me you're looking for? How much is the taxes? Well, it depends what tax you're talking about, right? 40 people, let's go! But, yeah, I don't know. It kind of depends. There's like taxes on stuff you buy. God, thank you for sharing. Much appreciated. There's taxes you when you buy stuff. There's taxes when there's import taxes. There's, you know, like if I order something from the States, I gotta pay duty. If I provincial tax, if I buy gases, there's carbon tax. Buy gas for the car, you know. So income tax, there's this tax, there's that tax. Although on the article I was reading about compared to the States, it was kind of comparing, you know, like, because there's different taxes for different income levels, right? So there it was comparing like you know, different tax brackets. So at different tax brackets, it can be a savings in Canada or it can be more expensive. You know, like Canada will go after the really rich a little more than I think the States does, for example. And then you know, for the lower end, I think Canada's a little easier on them. And then, of course, that depends on the government that's in charge at the time. You know, different governments have different philosophies, right? So, for example, Canada has 3 main parties. Current party right now is the name of the Liberals. The higher you get paid, they will collect more taxes. Yeah, and that's probably how it should be, right? But there's different philosophies about that, you know. But I'd have to say that no matter where you are, most people would rather have their taxes lower than whatever they are. So I think that's a pretty universal thing. But, you know, in Canada we also have some things like, for example, if I go to the hospital, you know, no matter what my income is, that, you know, I'll get treated as a citizen, right? And you know, whereas, you know, for example, you know, even if you lose your employment, but in like, for example, in some places they might not treat you if you don't have, you know, a way to, you know, you might have to get a loan or something if you don't have insurance through your job, kind of thing. So Canada's good that way because it's nice that you if you get sick, you don't have to worry about it. Although it does take a long time to get in sometimes. It's not unusual to have to wait your turn. You go to the hospital or something like that. They kind of check you. If you have certain things, they'll get you in much faster. Like a heart problem or something. But if you say you're not feeling well, they kind of measure you a little bit, and then you might have to wait around for a few hours. Yeah, like Hello was saying, it's nice, but we wait forever to be seen. And it depends on what if you need a surgery, sometimes you might be waiting around for a while. So that's kind of a negative thing, but if it's an emergency, they do try to get you in. So that's just because there's also a lot of people using it, right? I haven't had a lot of need for like surgeries or anything like that. But I mean, if I had to go get something done, I haven't had to wait a long time, particularly long, a few months kind of thing. If it's an emergency, they get you in. They do triage. It's what it's called, right? So, if you're going in, like say you're going to the emergency thing, they'll talk to you. They'll measure your heart and stuff like that, and then if you need in now, they'll get you in now. And if they figure you can wait a couple hours, and somebody else comes in even an hour later, that just got in a car accident and were bleeding to death, they'll get them in. And then they'll put everybody in order of needing it. If you're going to the emergency wing, if you go for operations, it'll be in order of importance too, right? So somebody has a heart attack or something like that and they need to do a triple bypass, they might get higher priority than somebody needing hip surgery or something. So if somebody gets bumped, it's just because somebody else really, really needed to get in right away. And it depends where you are too. There is some private healthcare too, but a lot of it is public. And there will be some Canadians that go into the States, because they can afford it and they pay and get their thing done right away, because it's all, you pay, you get in. And you have priority if it's not emergency. Not in the public one. In the public one, you can't. I mean, you could go to a private doctor if you can find one. They're out there. Like Alberta was doing a bunch of private clinics, I think. I'm not sure exactly how that works. I've never gone to a private one except for maybe getting a blood test or something like that. But even the blood tests are covered and stuff like that. You want to check your stats, I guess. But you could go down to the States and pay and get in right away. And what's interesting about with the States, because the reason I talk about States is because they're right beside us, right? What's interesting about the States is because our government does a lot of the negotiations, a lot of Americans actually wind up coming to Canada for their medicine. You know, like for example, if you wanted to get, you know, medicine for, like, I think insulin and diabetes stuff. I think that a lot of Americans will actually come to Canada to buy that stuff because it's just a lot cheaper. Our public hospitals suck. Oh yeah? Yeah, no, they're all public hospitals here. I mean, it's different. It's different, you know. It's like, I got an American relative that was down. And she saw, like, she works in a hospital. And, saw, like, you know, just how it was kind of different, how they operated. So it's kind of interesting, the different ways of doing things. Or facilities and equipments on, like, private. Yeah, I think that the stuff's all the same here. And what part of this great country am I in? I'm in British Columbia. But you can see a lot of people, like, you know, they'll be on a waiting list for a bit. But other than that, I mean, I think overall, kind of nice not getting, you know, a gigantic bill after going to the hospital. Because that's part of your taxes, right? Where are you from? Hello? But yeah, there's always certainly advantages and disadvantages to every country. So them wait times is the disadvantage of our healthcare, but just not getting that gigantic bill. You know, I went in I was having a problem, and I went in, they did a scan, got to see a specialist, and got to see a doctor. I stayed overnight, 2 nights, and you know, they monitored me and checked out everything and all that stuff. I had some antibiotics, and you know, when I left, there was no bill, right? Because it's all part of the taxes. But you know, I can imagine what that would cost if you had to pay for that individually. But if you came as a visitor to Canada, make sure you get your own health insurance. You know, like, get some traveling health insurance, because they don't cover you. You know, anybody that's not a Canadian will not get that treatment, right? You'll get a big fat bill at the end of it. Yeah, they ran antibiotics for 2 days on me. They're treating me for something that they want to keep an eye on. And you know, when your antibiotics are going directly into your bloodline, they're more effective than the pills. So I had some sort of thing that I had to be treated for antibiotics, and they wanted to treat it that way. So they kept me in there. And that was actually near the beginning of COVID. So it's like, it was really weird because no one could visit you. So my brother actually came to drop off, you know, some earbuds and stuff for my, if I could watch something on my phone or whatever while I was there. And he couldn't come in. He had to give it to a concierge, and then they delivered the stuff that he brought to me. So he couldn't have visitors at all. And you know, they're putting me through all this scanning and stuff like that, and determined I had some sort of like infection that required antibiotics. And And then they kept testing me. Like I had several tests, you know, where they checked my my blood, making sure that the things were going the right direction. And then they let me go a couple days later. But because of the COVID being pretty heavy at that time, actually there was no rooms available. So I actually slept in the ER for one of the nights. And then they sent me to a room the next day. And in Canada, there's 4 people in a room. Or something like that. I think there's 4. Yeah, pretty sure there's 4. One thing was kind of scary. The one guy, he had like COPD, which is like, you know, trouble breathing thing. But he broke his hip or something like that. So he's screaming pain pretty good in one of the beds kind of diagonally across the room. Anyway, he wanted to sit up really badly, and he kept asking the nurse to sit him up because he wanted to dangle his feet over the bed, and they wouldn't let him because his hip was broken. You know, he's scheduled for surgery the next day, you know. So, I mean, he's getting a surgery pretty quick. And he said to the nurse, "Oh, I've got COVID," right? But it was like he was indicating to the nurse he had it, and then the nurse left really quickly. Another patient in the room was like, "Hey, I got, you know, I'm susceptible, you know, whatever. I'm, you know," and everybody's concerned. And then the nurse came back and said, "I checked your charts and it says you got tested and your tests were negative and stuff like that." And then the guy said, "No, I said I got COVID," and it's like, and then he spelled it out, COPD. I guess he was pronouncing COPD like COVID. And so everybody breathed a sigh of relief there, because, you know, if they have a COVID patient in the room, you know, they gotta know about it, right? Yeah, it looks like I gotta sleep one more time, so we'll go and sleep in here because my guy's already yawning. 4 people in the room, it's too crowded? Well, I mean, they got a curtain between you, and you're just sleeping. COVID is just like, it's a respiratory illness where they need like an oxygen tank because they have trouble breathing. And I guess the guy wanted to sit in a certain position because he was having trouble breathing laying on his back, right? But I mean, with his hip being broken, they wanted to get him into a certain position. They can't have his leg dangling down because his hip's broken. But so he had to put up with it. He wasn't a very happy camper, man. That guy was really quite rude to the nurses. There's somewhere I can pull in to sleep. Guess let's just drop the trailer for a minute. See if we can find somewhere. Maybe right here will count. There we go. Yeah, you can always Google that, but that's what he had anyway. On top of his broken hip. Are you not rude to the nurses? Well, no, I don't think it's a good idea to be rude to a nurse. They're just doing their job. I mean, you shouldn't really be rude to anybody, right? But yeah, that was pretty wild there. Little scare there. I was like, oh my gosh, great. You know, because that was really early and nobody really knew a lot about COVID yet. So they're all like, everybody's probably pretty worried when they hear him saying that he has that, and they're asking him how long he has it, and he said 6 months, and it didn't quite make sense, but he was talking about COPD. which is not something that, you know, that's just something he would have. Hopefully he got fixed right up. His surgery was the next day, and he's probably a lot less, a lot more relaxed when he's like feeling a little better, you know. Yeah, you can pay for a single room. I mean, not when the hospital is jam packed, but excuse me. Man. You know, I thought to myself, oh great, but there was some other patient in the room that was pretty outright complaining about it. I commented to the nurse later on, I said, I bet you that gave you a little bit of a scare. And he said, yeah. Excuse me again, yeah, thank you. So he, you know, because he's probably worried about getting COVID himself as well, right? You haven't took a bath yet. I don't understand what, huh? Oh? Is that what that smell is? Smelling you got? Haven't taken your bath? Just kidding. Yeah, there was like a couple patients. Oh, because they sneezed? Oh, okay. There's a couple patients. There was somebody in the ER that day too that was another COPD person as well. I think they broke something too. You know, like I can't remember exactly what it was, but some sort of broken bone. I wasn't even expecting to actually be to stay in the hospital. I just figured they'd give me something to make me feel better, and then because I wasn't feeling very good, and then they'd release me, right? And then I wound up staying there a couple days. We got 314 kilometers to go for this vaccine delivery. That's what we're talking about, hospitals lots, I think. Yeah, one of the tests they did for me was they inject something in you and then it lights up your insides, this thing, and they scan you. What did you feel at that time? Why did you... I just wasn't feeling very good. I was kind of in pain. And I guess it was whatever the antibiotics were treating. The inflammation, they had to get that down. Powerplay, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Yeah, stomach pain. But they figured it out, sorta. Whatever they did. Treat me with the stupid intravenous for 2 days, which was kind of a pain in the butt. because they made me pee in a stupid paper container every time I had to pee. And then you'd have to tell them to come get it, and then they'd weigh it. Well, I'm not sure exactly what triggered it, but I'm staying away from certain foods just in case something was related to that. Surprise, thank you for following, much appreciated. Wait, the cops got some. Oh, it's a tip. They crashed their jet. Hepatitis? No, I don't think it's hepatitis. I don't know if hepatitis was what exactly is related there, but hepatitis A or B? No, I don't have hepatitis. I don't know what symptoms of hepatitis, what the symptoms of hepatitis even are. But if you get hepatitis, you have it for good if you ever get it. I know that I went to Mexico before and I had to get hepatitis vaccine shots in case he caught it there. That was a requirement. But no, that's not me. You know, there's a famous Canadian that has hepatitis. Is Pamela Anderson. I can't remember which one she has though. But she got that, I think it was when she was dating Tommy Lee. I don't know if you know who Pamela Anderson is. She's she was on Baywatch. And she's on Home Improvement. But I don't think she's a porn star. I think she had like a sex tape leaked, but I don't think it was intentional, or it wasn't intentional by her, at least. There was probably a video that got out, though, I think was related to her, but that's not her career. She was an actress. She still is an actress. She was in Barbed Wire, too. That was a movie she was in. Yeah, Tommy Lee. You saw Baywatch? I don't know. Do you know what hepatitis she had? Hello? Was it A or B she had? I don't know. I just remember that she's known for having that. Beamish, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Where's the link? The link for what? No link for no porn tape for me. You want that stuff, you're on your own. I know she was in one, but that's about it. She was the main star of Baywatch, though. She's a very famous Canadian, though. She's from Vancouver area, I think. Sex tape. Yeah, you're not getting no sex tape links here. Wrong place. $168 kilometers to go. You never thought she's a Canadian? I tell you, Hollywood's full of them, Got. Hey, when you gonna watch Strange Brew, Got? That's a very Canadian movie. I bet you Hello's seen Strange Brew. Even though it's an older movie, there's a lot of Canadians that have seen that one. You're gonna watch it later? Alright, you have to give us a report. Pretty funny. They like drinking beer, those guys. And they have a dog with superpowers. You're gonna watch Strange Brew? It's got hockey in it. You like that? Bob and Doug are goalies in this hockey match that's inside it. Although it's kind of messed up, the hockey match. Funnier than The Big Lebowski? Funny is always subjective. Samira, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. So, I thought it was funnier. Oh, she had Hep C. Oh, okay. I just remember she had it. I remember when I went to Mexico, I did have to get shots for it to make sure that you can't catch it, you know, from the water, right? Oba King, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Because I went down to Cancun one year. I went to drink wine and playing Euro Truck Simulator. Gotta drink the champagne and drive through France. Abu, just a second here. Abu Bakar, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Where did she get it? I'm not sure. Maybe from Tommy Lee. Who knows, right? You can get it from all sorts of things. That's what vaccines and shots are for, because they help you not get that stuff for different diseases. Oh, Hello said she got it from Tommy Lee. Yeah, and Tommy Lee got around, so he probably gave it to a bunch of people. Because it's something that's not curable, right? How about making love? I have no idea what the details were. I don't know if she released full details. Maybe Hello knows, but I have no idea. You can get it from that, I'm pretty sure. But like I was saying, for when I went to Mexico, because you can get it from water too. You know, drinking water. Yeah, I don't think it's curable. I think you're stuck with it for good. Well, you gotta take a shot. I think we're turning over here. Will she die eventually? Oh, you're not sure, but apparently she's been cured? Well, she's like super rich. She was also in Playboy. I don't know, I always heard that it was not curable, but that might be old info too. So, you know, like, you know, they might have come up with a solution since then, right? Either way, she's doing pretty good, I think, overall. It's if she's not cured, she's got it managed. Says she's been hep free since 2015. Well, that's good news then. So I guess they must have something. There's also that second tier, right? You got when you're like super rich or you're famous like that, you can get access to things that the common person cannot. You know, like for example, when Donald Trump had COVID, they gave him some experimental treatments, and he had like 10 doctors following him. You know, so your average person's not going to have that, and then so you know he's not going to have a problem, right? But if or if he did have a problem, they take care of it pretty quickly. So you know, Pamela might also have access to some treatments that not everybody has too. And you know, they got a lot of, you know, in the States they got a lot of new developing medicine too as well. So she might have got a chance to hopefully get cleared up via that, I guess. We're cruising now. Look at this, guys. 76 kilometers out of 80. We can speed up a bit, but we only got 24 kilometers to go to deliver these vaccines. A long drive, eh, got? Like 2-hour drive in real life. Did you ever play the video game Mafia? Speaking of Playboys, there's I think it was Mafia 3 I played. I had Mafia 4, but I never did get to playing it. I bought it a long time ago, but just never got to it yet. But Mafia 3, one of the collectibles was you went around and you got old Playboy magazines. So they showed the cover of these different Playboy magazines from I don't know, from a long time ago. It was like a different collectible within the game. Some games you go and you collect all sorts of weird crap. Why was he stopped there? Oh yeah. Oh crap, you see that guy hit me? Can I play it? Maybe sometime I will. I mean, the Mafia that I played was really fun. Had an interesting story. One thing that was kind of cool about it is it merged from summer to winter and stuff. Get him back. I don't know who he was now. A little itchy today because there's that lawn mowing. If I hit him back, all I would do is get me a fine anyway. And potentially damage my truck, so I gotta pay more to fix my truck. Not a game you win against NPCs, got. NPC is a dumb computer. It cares less if you hit them. They hit you and it just costs you money. Alright. Gotta go over there, I guess. Okay. Let's go this way. Hope it's not fenced off or some crap. Crap. We got lots of stuff here, eh? Here we go. We're pulling right in. Gonna make the money, guys. 170,000 bucks. Excellent. Get that, eh? 170,000 bucks. Like half of a level. We're up here in Sweden. You can deliver some cauliflower for 82,000. Glass panels. How far is that? That's pretty far. $33 a kilometer though. Let's check if there's better jobs. So 6,000 bucks for that one. Not really great jobs right there. This one just across the water, but I don't want to spend 1,000 bucks on a boat ticket. At least that one's 28,000. Let's grab that one. Excellent. Yeah, that's another way to say excellent. I always think of Bill and Ted, but that is another excellent. Did you ever see the episode of Simpsons where they go to Canada and Lisa gets stuck? Lisa gets stuck in Canada and then Marge is trying to save her and stuff, and Lisa likes it there, and then in the end she winds up going back, but oh, it wasn't one of those, eh? Where was it? Christian, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Go to first person view again. Hold on here. Oh, I guess we should turn first. I'll get a ticket. Offer expires in 35 minutes. It's always right away. I guess we're going to get it. Oh crap, I'm in the wrong lane. All right, let's see where it is. In the front. Found it. Got all 3 Canadian episodes. One was to Niagara Falls when Bart was in love with Wolfcastle daughter. Another was curling, and the one you described. Oh, there you go. I don't know if I saw the other one. I was watching an episode. I guess no need to stop there. Of there's this one guy that's a political commentator a lot of times, or a history commentator on YouTube, and he was talking about that episode before, the one with Lisa. And just today I watched another thing where he was analyzing an episode of King of the Hill, where was it Boomhauer did some sort of neighbor exchange. Oh crap, man. Let's go over here. He did some sort of neighbor exchange with some Canadians from Ontario. And then so he's talking about all the things they talk about and make fun of and stuff like that in the episode. And it was kind of interesting. I haven't seen the episode, but he shows clips from it. It looked pretty funny. And it's kind of a different comparison than the Simpsons one. Oh geez. Don't these guys ever look? I didn't think I was really out in the way there. I don't know if you're much into King of the Hill, William, and maybe you've seen that episode, but King of the Hill was classic. Do you know what episode I'm talking about? I can't remember the name of the Canadians that came, but they had like a lawn mowing competition or something. Hello, MD. How are you? A lot of episodes would be negative and not allowed on TV. For King of the Hill, really? It was near the end. The guy analyzing it said it was near the end of King of the Hill's run, like in their last season or something like that. I didn't even know King of the Hill was done, to be honest. It's been a slice. Thank you for coming by. Hello. Much appreciated. Mungyan, thank you for following. Much appreciated. There we go, guys. We're on the road here with this piece of equipment. 915 kilometers. We'll end up sleeping once. Got to keep fixing my truck because these guys keep slamming into my truck because they never look. Lacano, thank you for following, much appreciated. Rolling. It matters too serious sometimes. Oh, it matters. Some serious matters sometimes, unlike South Park being blunt with offensive lines. Oh, okay. I like South Park too. I haven't watched a lot of them recently, but I watched a lot of the earlier episodes. That thing's been going forever. Good morning from the Philippines. Well, good morning back to you from British Columbia, Canada. Christian. I hope everything is going good for you today. Oh, it's 12 noon. Well, good afternoon to you. Good noon o'clock. I think we're going to turn left up here. I'll say good morning right up until 11:59. I'm not sure what you say right when it's noon, but at 12:01 I'll say good afternoon. Alright, you guys, gonna turn right here. We're getting to places. We run with our brights on constantly. Helps me tell if my lights are on. Amazing, I can't tell sometimes, you know, but you know, some of those parts of the morning where it's apparently like kind of light. You can tell right now. We got places to be. Better go down though in case that's a policeman. Like a mail truck or something. All right, you guys. This is an important delivery here. We got places to be. We got to speed through this town a bit, but not too speedy. You don't want tickets. Looks like we're going on a ferry or something. You know what's nice about the ferry though? I'll tell ya. You don't have to rest then. Randy, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Your weekend is going well. Oops, I hit the brake too hard, eh? What's your answer, Randy? What kind of coffee? Or not what kind of coffee, or when is coffee? Man, come on, is there like another 100 cars that can come? Chris, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Chris seems like he'd be a coffee any time of day kind of guy. I don't know, we'll see, maybe. Thank you for liking. We gotta go, we gotta right. You drink it anytime. I had a coffee crisp today, House of Hydra. You know, some people didn't know what that is, but I know you know. All day, baby. Christian's in the all day camp. All the Crafters was here earlier. He said he never had one before. Have to fix them up. I gotta check ferry to take here. So vent spills. There we go. Morning coffee, but I only drink coffee when it's cold outside. Yeah, but you could have like a frappuccino. That's what I had earlier. I had a caramel frappuccino from Starbucks. It's junk day today. Not only did I have a frappuccino, but I also had a coffee crisp and a cinnamon bun earlier in the day from Tim Hortons. The Starbucks was a little bit not so Canadian, but the other was pretty Canadian. You prefer to drink coffee in the morning, but if I work night shift, I drink coffee to stay awake, dude. Well, there you go. But I mean, you know, this is normal pattern. I mean, I can't really put the poll in such a way to accommodate for that kind of situation. God, you do like Java monsters. There you go. You know, those energy drinks, that's something I haven't really had much of ever. I don't think I've ever had a Monster. But I have had Jolt Cola back in the day. I tried Jolt Cola when those were something. I don't know if they're around anymore. Raj is against the vaccines, I guess. The you cut my caffeine to 2 cups a day. Well, there you go. I just kind of come out of the blue at that. I was transporting vaccines in this game earlier. Give me good money. Maybe reading back. Although, you know, when you say vaccines are horrible, though, what's your opinion on, like, the polio vaccine? You know, is it the same as the COVID vaccines and stuff like that, or, you know, some of those other ones? There's a lot of vaccines out there, you know. It'd be interesting to see, you know, if people have the same opinion of, like, this newer vaccine. You know, the new ones that are out now that people are kind of concerned about. And the earlier, you know, the stuff that's been around a little bit longer. You know, like polio vaccines or whatever, right? Because, I mean, we did have a kind of a worldwide hold on those things, you know, like they're almost eliminated. So it's like interesting to see if that's the same viewpoint. Or is it just specifically the newer ones, you know? I'm going before these guys hit me. There we go, we made it. Like, what do you think of that, Got? Are you concerned about the polio one? I know there's a whole bunch of them, right? Like here in Canada, yeah, even to go to public school, you need shots for this and that kind of thing. But, you know, like, is it the newness is what you're worried about, or that kind of thing, or what? Still 50 here. Oh, 70 now. I haven't had the new vaccine, by the way. I'm not old enough yet. For my province, you have to be a certain age range kind of thing. You like Frappuccino and dark mocha coffee? Frappuccinos are good. I haven't had a caramel frappuccino in a long time, actually. Alright, guys, we're turning. Turning. We're getting places. We're getting all the deliveries in. Making lots of moolah. After, when we get close to a garage, we'll get another quick repair. I prefer cold drinks. I don't really like hot drinks particularly much. I don't mind Starbucks hot chocolate because it's actually not hot. It's more drinks that you can't drink. You know, like you gotta, blow on it. You gotta, it takes you 10 minutes to drink it. That kind of thing. Those are the kind of drinks I don't like. Definitely cold though. Frappuccino, I'll take one of those way before I choose a normal coffee. Also because frappuccinos don't totally taste just like coffee. Like I don't particularly care for iced coffee that much. Okay. But if I could choose between a frappuccino and an iced coffee, I would choose the frappuccino. Oh, they got somebody, guys. Oh, they got an accident. Alright, you guys, we're cruising. Cruising for a bruising. Where's the water? Do I have water nearby? Here? Yeah. Oh, crap. There. Hit a button to do vehicle adjustments, I guess. Do I prefer strong or mild frap or ice? I like frappuccino better than iced coffee. Strong or mild? I don't know, probably mild. I'm not a big coffee drinker, to be honest. Creamier or not much? Probably creamier. Sugary. Like the time I drank more coffee would be when I was working night shift in the coal mine, because you're on night shift and it helps keep you awake. I'm a soda drinker more than a coffee drinker, that's for sure. They don't call it soda here, they call it pop in Canada. Got cream soda though. There's a garage there. We're okay though. Pop drinker, yeah. All the same thing though. What is cream soda? It's a type of pop. I like cream soda. I like Jones cream soda. Jones being the company name. I don't know if it's like milk soda. Because I'm not 100% sure what milk soda is. But cream soda is like just a flavor of pop. Pretty common flavor too, actually. Coke with cream flavoring. See, there you go. Christian knows. Sounds good to me. Coke with cream flavoring. I like all sorts of pop though. I like root beer. Root beer's good. A&W root beer's good. Jones root beer is good too. Jones has good. All of the Jones pops are good though. Because it's nice drinking out of a glass bottle. You know, I had a Snapple. Oh crap, I'm gonna get a ticket. What's the pop at the back of me? That's a Nuka-Cola Jones Nuka-Cola. So that's just like a special edition of pop. I think it's berry lemonade is the actual flavor, but if you find the Nuka-Cola pop, that it's really expensive. Really? I sped up to not get a red light violation. And I get a ticket for going too fast. Getting one either way there, eh? Yeah, if you, this pop here, if you can find those on eBay and stuff, they're expensive. I bought a 4-pack for like $70 from Jones directly. And then I sold 2 bottles to colleagues of mine. You know, I could have sold them for more, but I kept it at like $35 a bottle. It's actually $70 plus duty though. It was actually a bit more than $70. But I sold a couple to the colleagues, you know, because they were into Fallout. And then I kept 2. So I can't see it. Can you show it on the camera? I'm not going back there. It's too hard for me to get back there. The steering wheel has me kind of plugged in here. You know, so it's like really hard to move. Oops. And then like just to get back to where that pop is, it's a little bit tricky. You can Google it though. Look up Jones Nuka-Cola. Jones and then Nukacola. And then you'll find plenty of references on Google. Once I arrive in my destination, it's basically just a pop bottle that says Nuka-Cola Quantum on it. And it's blue pop. And if you drink it, then it loses most of its value. Because then it is an empty bottle. Instead of the E on nuke, it's an A. So Nuka-Cola. It's something that's in the Fallout game, is what they're making reference to. So Nuka-Cola is something that in Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 that you drink. And it's like Coca-Cola that's been irradiated. Yeah, I like that. But if you wanted to taste what the Jones Nuka-Cola tasted like, you just have to find the berry lemonade flavor. And which is a common flavor you can get for $1 instead of like $50 a bottle, right? You've never seen that before. Fallout's a really good series. You know, if I ever got around to it, I'd play New Vegas. I haven't played that one through yet. Although that one's an older one. We're cruising now, 92 kilometers. We're breaking the speed limit. Our truck's only capable of going 90. Okay, we want to go straight. We want to pass the police car when we're going the speed limit. I don't know if they're still worth that much. I imagine they're still going to be up there with shipping. If you keep it, it'll dry out. I don't know. It probably will taste bad after a while, but I think as long as it's sealed, it'd probably be okay. You open it and it's no longer sealed, and you can get some evaporation, right? That was part of the strategy of selling half of them for more or less break even. I mean, I'd have to sell one more to come ahead because you know, the duty wasn't paid for with the two I sold. Keep it in the fridge? What good would it be to keep it in the fridge? That's only if you want to drink it. I mean, if you sit, it looks blue no matter what. It's more the label is what you're looking at. The other one's over there, actually. I have one over there and one behind me. You're the prop in that aspect. Just a unique thing. Not very many came in Canada. You know, actually the story to getting that prop that I have there was, you know, they were selling them at Target in the States, and people were buying them up like crazy. Like, people were buying flats of pop and then putting them on eBay and stuff. And I contacted Jones, like I you know, called the company, asked them if they're going to be, you know, sending any, or there's not sending any, but I asked them if there's any stores in Canada that will have them, and they said no. And then later on they got back to me, and then they said they're going to be doing a limited, you know, like at this time and this day, they're going to open up orders in Canada so people can order them directly. And they told me the time and day. They said make sure you go on, you know, right at that time because they'll sell out pretty quick. And so I got on there and I ordered a 4-pack. And like I said, that 4-pack was $70 plus duty. And because the shipping, it's really expensive to ship pop because it's in a glass bottle, right? Anyway, that's how I got them. When they opened the special order for Canada, I ordered them. I don't know if they did any other orders in Canada, but most of them were just in Target in the States. And it was just something to, a limited run to celebrate Fallout 4 coming out. So it's not like they're readily available either, right? Jones is only available. No, it's in the States too. What's special about Jones Pop? Jones is a craft pop, I think is what it's called. I mean, it's good flavors, good, tastes good. This particular pop is just expensive because it's tied to a limited run of and associated with Fallout. I mean, your normal Jones Pop is just $1. It's $1.50 a pop. I mean, you know, it's a little bit more expensive than Pepsi, but it's a smaller company, right? Fallout the video games, yeah. So it was like a promotion for Fallout. That's why if you Google Nuka-Cola, it's all about Fallout, the video game. We're getting places here, guys. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, like, they wouldn't have released a product like that if there's no Fallout video game, right? Where are we now? I can't go in there or what? Oh, weird. There's somebody behind me? I didn't even know. Oh, crap. Oh, there's no guard there. Hello, boys. Where are we now, anyway? Let's see. We are down here. So I guess we're transitioning into another country right away here. Then we're going to Gdansk. So we're getting closer to Poland. We're out of Lithuania now, whatever country this is. Not sure, it doesn't have a name. Fallout Boys. Fallout Boys isn't the same. Oh, crap, why'd they put me on this side of the road anyway? All right. All right, you guys, we're getting closer. Oh, blue car's in our way now. Johnny, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Are we there yet? Not yet. 260 kilometers to go. But pretty soon, should be able to make it without sleeping even. Oh, it's a 70 zone, eh? Yawning? He's not yawning yet. What's up with this guy? Oh, he's broken down, eh? What's the longest drive you've ever been on, Cot? In real life? I think I'm driving like 10 hours or something. Can you help him? No, it's just an NPC. My guy can't even get out of the truck. Oh, but if you rode in a car though, or something. You did a 15-hour drive once. Wow. Must have been tired after that one, eh? I'm pretty pooped out after 7-hour drives. I think I was turning in on top of it. You just commute every day. Have you ever gone on any big drives though, like somebody else drove? Got coffee helped? I'm sure it did. Yeah, no, I've gone on some big stretch drives, like, or not necessarily where I'm driving, or I might be a passenger or something like that as well. If you want long too, you go by train or bus too. Oh, those ones are long drives because it's way longer by bus, you know, because you're, a 7-hour drive by car will be 12 hours by bus. So they stop at every little place, They used to have a service called Greyhound all over the place here. I've been on a long Greyhound before. I don't care to do that too much. Train rides are long too. Although train rides are cool in the aspect that there's different scenery to look at, because you're not on the highway, right? You hate long travel times. What's the longest travel time you've had? Johnny, thank you. Oh, I said thank you already. Well, in Canada, you can't, it's hard to avoid it because, sometimes there's, if you want to go visit somebody or whatever in another province, it's quite a hike. I remember when I was a kid too, my parents would drive all the way, all over the place too, like to go camping or whatever. 6 to 7 hours. Some of those trips were long ones too. Ontario lockdown sucks. I heard that they're locked down pretty good too. Like, where the police can ask you questions and if they don't like the answer, give you a $700 ticket. You puked in the bus when you were a kid? Oh no! I remember one time in university, I was going to school in Lethbridge, Alberta, which is in southern Alberta. And a roommate of mine and a friend and me, we went all to Calgary to go drinking. I was in the back seat, and I said, stop, I gotta throw up. And he took too long to stop, and I barfed all over the back of the seat. So he stopped, and he wound up cleaning it up. He's the only one that wasn't drinking, you know. Very appreciated that. I tried warning him as much as I could, but just took him a long time to stop. You're not a fan of long travel trip? That wasn't even a long one. That was only 2 hours. Yeah, that Lethbridge is kind of a right between the American border and Calgary. They had the Olympics in Calgary once. Calgary is a very nice city, but it's very pricey. Not as pricey as Vancouver, though. Vancouver is expensive. You know, if you want a dump for $1 million, like an absolute, like a really, you know, like where you fixer upper kind of deal, that's Vancouver. Very difficult to get cheap property there. You have to go pretty far out, you know. Vancouver is the most expensive. I think Toronto is up there too. I'm not sure if Toronto is more expensive than Vancouver, but they certainly are competing. It's like, I don't know how much Las Vegas is. I know LA is really expensive. New York's really expensive. But I'm not sure what the house prices are in those other places. I know that they're having a little bit of a lot of people complaining about the house prices in Toronto, though. Toronto's like one of the biggest cities in Canada, though, right? So Vancouver's big too. Toronto's a bit bigger. I'm not really sure how much Vegas is for prices. Vegas, if you want to stay at a hotel there, you can usually get a deal though. All right, another border through. Must be getting close to the Poland here, eh? All these border checks. By the way, if you haven't followed yet, guys, please follow. Be super appreciated. If you want to share out the stream, you know, you can tag a friend or you can share out to your feed or whatever. You know, tell your brother about us or whatever you want. Awesome. Get the word out. Then they can hang out, watch too. I have trouble with keeping the speed coming out of those borders. Always like 20. Hey, do you like motorbiking games? I was looking at this one on that's coming out. Looks pretty cool. Like where they are doing those high speed bikes around the tracks. MotoGP. I guess MotoGP 21's coming out soon. Didn't know the date of it, but kind of interesting. Lou, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Like Ghost Rider? No, it's more like sport racing. Like professional racing bikes. Ghost Rider is more like a superhero. But, I mean, there's a motorbike involved, I guess. That Ride game looks pretty cool, too. Not sure how much I would stick to a motorbike racing game, but it looked cool. I really enjoyed Road Rash back in the day. That was a fun game. Looks like most of the votes are for the two things. There's a good competition going here. Between morning only or any time. Like tied. So far there's no votes for one of them. And then there's a couple votes for another one of them. Can I stream it soon? I don't know when it comes out. I just saw a trailer for it. Barrick, thank you for following, much appreciated. Need money to buy all that stuff got. Video games are expensive. So, you know, I've got to make sure I pick wisely. You know, I gotta, you know, if I figure I'll play it lots, that's when I'll more likely buy it. When it's on a new price. But if it's something that I'm not sure of, then it might be... you're still working on your construction joke? If I'm not sure, sometimes I'll wait for a sale, you know? Adam with the funny. Thank you for your construction joke. All right. We're almost at our destination, guys. I used to make titles like that, Adam. Sometimes I still do. Where it's kind of a pun like that. Emperor, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, here we are. We're not going into Gdansk. Like a nice little farm here. Where do you want it? Over there? Okay, I guess we can do that. Uh-oh, our guy's yawning now. I don't want to drive over that. That'll wreck my tires, maybe. Problem is it doesn't show me the back of the trailer so much, you know? There it is, the path right there. Ooh, we just avoided that, trailer there. Oh, look at that. We did it. You love the phrase, bear with me. Heist from the zoo was a successful one. That's true, eh? Well, we are the army of the 12 monkeys. Containerized trees. The rest stop near here? Crap, dude. Not particularly, is there? All right. Adam with more jokes. Nitrocellulose. Man, all these expire right away, eh? $77,000 though. I wonder how far away it is. Oh, I didn't set it, did I? 41 kilometers. Is there a sleep station anywhere? This is over there. Guess we can probably swing into here after. Or there, maybe. Did you ever watch the 12 Monkeys, Adam? That was a great show. I liked it. I'm not gonna crack. I feel it. I'm not coming back. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. Forever in debt to your priceless advice. Your advice. That's a Nirvana song, by the way, got. Alright, we're gonna go here, get this trailer. Then we're gonna go sleep. Then we're gonna pick up the, probably have to pick up the trailer again. And then drive it to Romania. With some cellulose or whatever it was. Your guy's getting a little tired. Ah, crap. Speeding ticket. BL Plump, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Getting tired. Another speeding ticket. What's up with these cops following me or what? We gotta shake the Smokies here. Go yellow. I tell ya. This is where it was? Joseph, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Oh man, we could sleep first. Let's do that. Just across the street. Oh crap. The reason I'm doing this is because I have enough time to sleep and it'll just add to the trip length. I'll fix the truck. Thank you for liking, much appreciated. There we go, dudes. We're slept. Now let's get back over there. So you got 5 hours expiry now. 77,000 bucks. Get her all the way down here. All right, we see it. Jocelyn, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Let's get out of here. So if you're wondering what this is, guys, it is nitrocellulose. Cellulose. As to what that is, I have no idea. Some sort of chemical. Get out of here before someone notices us. We successfully navigated the road. We successfully stopped at the light. See? There's a light. And that was a long light, eh? This nitrocellulose has to get moving. That building in front of me reminds me of like an old swimming pool. Red light. Doo 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 doo. No one's is over here. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Be appreciated. Hit that like, hit that share. If you want to participate in the poll, tell me when you like your coffee. It's anonymous. It's just for fun. Free to give your opinion. Kind of interesting. I read at the end of the stream what What choice was the most picked? Right now, it's a good tie. Kind of interesting. Definitely two main coffee factions. We're getting places. We've got some nitrocellulose cellulose to deliver. Very important package. As to what nitrocellulose is, no idea. But they're paying big bucks to get it transported. So it must be important. Maybe it's for making soap. Don't they use cellulose for making soap? Alright. I saw Fight Club. They made soap in that. Oh crap, guy. Yes, soap. Did you enjoy Fight Club, Christian? Did you ever watch that show? They did make soap in it. Sorta. There's like one of the grossest scenes when they're stealing the fat, though. Go! Better give Scoop some room here. Or he slams into me. We don't talk about Fight Club. That's the first rule. You know, if you ever need a, you know, like if you're getting feisty in the bedroom and you ever need a mercy word, you can name your mercy word Meatloaf, because you would do anything for love, but you wouldn't do that. Wonder if God's here. He understood that joke, because Meatloaf is a really old musician. I don't think he'd know Meatloaf necessarily if you don't know Nirvana. Well, Meatloaf's still around though. Meatloaf was in Fight Club for anybody that is not familiar with the movie. He is an actor in Fight Club. He's also a singer, of course. There we go, guys. We're moving. Getting the stuff across the countries, I guess. Lisa, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, you guys. Every car is passing us, but we're moving. They must have different speed limits than us. Trucks. Wonder if you have a cheaper truck in this, and you crash badly, if it's cheaper to repair. You know what? One time I streamed Fight Club, the video game, when I was on Mixer. If you want to see the actual spot of the stream, you can always look on my YouTube channel, because I kept all my Mixer VODs. And they're all up there in full. It's not clips like the Facebook ones. But Fight Club was a pretty cool game back in the day. You could be Fred Durst. Be all the characters in Fight Club, the main guys. Fred Durst, I don't know the connection between Fred Durst and Fight Club, the movie, but he's in the video game. Pixies, yeah. That's a soundtrack. Pretty awesome band. I got the biggest line, man. This is what happens to me when I go to the grocery store too. The line looks shorter, and then there's the longest one because they're getting all the groceries or something. Or you go to the drive-thru and you go in the wrong line because the one guy in front of you ordered so much. $70. Crap. Open this thing up. Yeah, I got Fight Club on DVD. It is on Xbox, the original Xbox. And PlayStation 2, I think, as well. The one I had is on the Xbox original. It was one of the first games to do the bone-breaking X-rays. Mortal Kombat did that way later, but Fight Club did it. So you could be Bob, you could be, you know, all of them. I mean, you know, they obviously focus on the fighting, unlike the movie, which is more about other things. James and Hussein, thank you for following. Much appreciated. But I have the DVD for Fight Club, like the Blu-ray, and it's funny because you put it in your Blu-ray player and it comes up with the title screen, DVD title screen menu thing for Never Been Kissed by Drew Barrymore. Like it messes with you right from the beginning. But yeah, it was good. It was good. That's something, you know, digital purchasers may not experience, is that DVD menu thing, you know. That was intentional, right? Like, I don't know if they do something for digital. The FBI warning's altered too. Adidocum, thank you for following, much appreciated. There's a lot of little details in that movie. Traffic. Oh, look at that guy. Snuck right in front of me there. You didn't even see him. Shows you the viewpoint on this. We're turning right. But that movie's definitely a classic. It's funny though, I remember it being in the video store back in the day. You know, the videos all along the wall. I lived in a small town at the time. And they still had several copies of it. And, you know, kind of walking past it a bunch. And then one day picking it. And then, you know, it became one of my favorite movies. Because, you know, you don't really expect from the title, you don't expect it to be what it was. Intisar, thank you for following, much appreciated. But yeah, it was a fine movie. There's a Starbucks cup in every scene of that movie. You have to really look close for them. What did it be? Like, what did I think it'd be? I thought it'd be just like another Jean-Claude kind of movie. Jean-Claude Van Damme fighting movie, you know? Axman, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Expect, yeah. I kind of, you know, you kind of think like it's going to be just a fighting movie, right? Bloodsport, you know, those kind of movies, while they're good. You know, Bloodsport was actually a really good movie. I enjoyed that one. But, I just figured it'd be another movie essentially about fighting, right? Some sort of boxing, underground boxing club kind of film. How's Axming doing? What's your answer, Axming? We've got to find out the full answer. We're going through the area here. All the time. There you go. Umar, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. There seems to be a competition between two big ones there. Although it looks like everybody's got votes now. I had a Frappuccino at like 5 o'clock today with the coffee in it. And a caramel Frappuccino. And I had a coffee crisp today. For those of you that have never been to Canada, make sure you have a coffee crisp when you're here. Chocolate bar. And earlier in the day I had a Timmy's bagel belt and a cinnamon bun for dessert. Oh crap. $400. Camera's favorite chocolate bar is Coffee Crisp. You know why I had a Coffee Crisp? I was watching a video that was talking about a King of the Hill episode where there's some sort of interaction with Canada, and then, you know, the guy's talking about, because they made a Coffee Crisp joke in the episode, and then the guy in the video went to the store and brought a Coffee Crisp bar back, and then I figured I'd have one, you know, after seeing that. It's just a chocolate bar, Christian. It's like kind of wafers with chocolate. Kind of tastes a little bit like coffee. Good kind of light, like it's not kind of a light feeling chocolate bar, I guess, because it's wafers, you know. Listen, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But it's something that Canada sometimes gets brought up with Canadians. It's not quite. It's different than Kit Kat. It's like more square and thicker. And a Kit Kat is kind of like a cookie, but these are more like those. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but sometimes there's these rectangular wafer cookies you can get that are like kind of airy, and a little bit of crunch. It's like those inside a chocolate bar. So, is the way I'd kind of describe it. Would you say that's a good description, Axming? But yeah, it's like kind of those light wafer bars inside of chocolate. It's really good. And then it tastes like coffee, of course, too, right? Coffee crisp. Still, thank you for liking, much appreciated. And Shabir, thank you for liking, much appreciated also. Those likes help a lot, guys. Thank you for following, liking, and sharing. All that stuff helps a ton. Yeah. Axman agrees. Now, did you have steak, Axman, today? Question. After hearing about the steaks, did I convince you over to get a steak or what? Talking about steaks, a good portion of the stream yesterday. I had steak on Friday there. Or did you have like chicken or something? And just craving steak and hoping it was steak. Oh, you had pizza? What kind of pizza did you have? Dennis, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Got a green light. That's nice. Did you have Canadian pizza? That's a flavor in Canada, by the way. Jack Dish, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think Canadian pizza is like pepperoni, mushroom, something else. Maybe it's ham as well. I know it's something in mushroom, and if I remember right. I think ham, pepperoni, and mushroom, but I'm not 100% sure. I just remember there's mushroom in it. Just pepperoni. Where'd you get it from? You a Pizza Hut kind of guy? You should have got the Kentucky Fried Chicken pizza. Well, that was a pizza. Limited time, you know. Or do you go for the local? I kind of prefer local pizza places over chains, though. I will rank it for you guys. It's made in a local mom and pop shop. Probably better. Little Caesars, which was kind of not the greatest, but good in a pinch. Well, there you go. Abdullah, thank you for following. But yeah, my ranking would be mom and pop shops first. You know, if it's not a chain, it's probably better. You know, they'll usually put a little more love into it. I like if it has to be a chain, I prefer like something that's a smaller chain, you know, and that's not using conveyor belt to cook their pizza. And then, you know, in a pinch, you got your conveyor belt pizzas, like Little Caesars and stuff. But Pizza Hut was actually pretty decent last time. I had the Kentucky Fried Chicken Pizza Hut pizza. So it had like Kentucky Fried Chicken popcorn chicken on it. So it tastes like Kentucky Fried Chicken, and then had corn and stuff. Tubby, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. But Little Caesars is good. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, but you know, most times it's decent. They have those hot and readies there. Kind of nice, you don't have to wait. Go full speed. I'm on full rules, but you know, full speed's like 90, so I can go full speed for a second. So I think that's a cop in front of me. See that? There's full speed for you. As fast as they go in Euro. Kirk, thank you for liking. Crazy bread is what gets me going. There, I love the crazy bread's good at Little Caesar. I like that. Quite yummy. Kirk, thank you for following as well. Much appreciated. The yeah, I just had like homemade meatloaf tonight. You're Filipino, nice. Well, I'm Canadian. There, I'm Western Canada, British Columbia. So, hello from across the world. I assume that means you're in the Philippines. Although there's Filipino people in Canada who have immigrated here. All right. So we are cruising for a bruising. So Axman loaded up on the pepperoni pizza and had the crazy bread. So that sounds pretty good combo there, Axman. I'll have to have crazy bread next time I have. Check out Tim Hortons good coffee. Tim Hortons is pretty decent. I had the bagel belt and a cinnamon bun from there earlier today. Although Tim Hortons is not a Canadian chain anymore, technically, because Burger King bought them a few years back. And I think that they're not quite as good as, they're still good, but they're not quite as good as they were. I think under their own direction before, things were a bit different. You know, they used to make their own donuts and stuff in every shop, that kind of stuff. And you know, after that, they get them kind of shipped out, and then they have to de-thaw them. So it's not quite as good as the Tim Hortons of old. So they all. Alexander, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I don't think I know actually any. Al, thank you for liking, much appreciated. What's your favorite, Kirk? Like name all the Canadian foods, eh? It's pretty tricky if you know, you're not from the area or something. So, you know, I'm not sure what's popular there. I first tried Timmy's like a year ago, a month pre-COVID. Nice. A lot of people do like their coffee. You know what a lot of Canadians actually like too, for some reason? Like, you know, is McDonald's coffee. You know, like a lot of people will tell you McDonald's coffee's like super good. Owen, thank you for liking. BT, thank you for following. M Akhtar, thank you for following, much appreciated. Oh, you guys in my way. Oh crap, this is a big trip, eh? What's my favorite game? I really enjoyed the Mass Effect series back in the day. KOTOR, that was a good game back in the day too. I'm not sure as far as... Like, I've been enjoying this game a lot. I've been putting a lot of hours into this one. Night Axman, thanks for coming by. Con, thank you for liking. Moan, thank you. Well, I think I said you already, but thank you again. I don't know, kind of shifts around, right? What you like kind of changes. Sometimes, you know, you're into one game for a while and then you get into something else. A lot of people here like Duncan. I haven't had much of them. Maybe once. Sylvie, thank you for following, much appreciated. But yeah, you know, it shifts around, you know, like sometimes you're into one game and one genre, and sometimes you're into another game. Kind of tricky. Mike, thank you for liking. Kind of depends on the particular thing I'm into. I liked Assassin's Creed a lot. Yeah, no, I thought you meant Dunkin' Donuts. But yeah, I really enjoy BioWare though. BioWare products. I didn't get into Anthem, but KOTOR was one of my favorites. I really enjoyed the story. Mass Effect, Dragon Age, those games. They're working on a new Dragon Age, I guess, now. Hopefully they do really well with it. I actually went to university with one of the lead writers at BioWare. So some of my favorite characters turned out to be ones he wrote. And I didn't even realize he wrote them. I'm also a lot into sim games. Civilization, you know, is always one that I enjoyed over the years. I put many hours into that one. Elvin, thank you for liking, much appreciated. What's your favorite game, Kirk? And it was nice they added Canada into Civilization in this particular iteration. One of the Gathering Storm expansion ones. That was fun playing Canada. Building hockey rinks. Civilization 5 world map, you play that all day, nice. Gonna bump the mic there, sorry guys. I really liked Fallout. Fallout 3 and 4, those were good. 1 and 2. Although I didn't play 2 as much, I don't think. I think I played part of that. Different style back Fallout 1 and stuff. It was more like Wasteland is. Holy cow, there's a plane! So we're turning right coming up. Civilization's really cool though. I was playing a lot of that when I was on Mixer. A little bit on here on Facebook. And if you go into my page and go down to where series is, I had Civilization. And Civilization 6 is the one I was playing. But, I mean, I played Civilizations all the way back. Some of the earlier ones as well. I think I played a lot of Civilization 3. Was one that I played a lot of. Follow D here. Oh, this guy's blocking me off. Thought he was gonna turn ahead of me. These games I got into fairly recently, actually. These Euro Truck. Put a lot of hours into it now. Pretty fun, you know. I bought it back on Black Friday, I think, and I just never got around to it till a couple weeks ago. I've been playing it non-stop for a bit. Well, except for Fridays, I play hockey. That's another one that's one of my favorites. Because I've always played a lot of the NHL series over the years. Richard, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So every Friday we've been playing from NHL 21. Or before that 20. Before that 19. Before that 18. Rory saying thank you for following, much appreciated. Alright, you guys. We're getting places with this shipment. Still 18 hours game time, so it's going to be one more sleep here coming up, and then probably one more after that. Razala, thank you for following, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you guys so much for those follows, those likes, those shares. All that stuff helps a ton, you guys. So if you haven't followed me, click that follow button. If you want to be alerted, like in the little bell thing, type !notify, and that will enforce an alert. They say that if you type !notify, there's like a 90% chance it'll let you know when I go live if you happen to be on. As opposed to follows, they will more let you know. They kind of do it in groups, so they don't always let you know. It kind of depends on your activity and stuff. So it's called a hard follow when you do !notify. And if you want your phone to notify you, you turn on notifications on your phone too. Otherwise, it'll just be like the bell in the corner on Facebook. Or, you know, within Facebook, you know, if you happen to be looking at Facebook at the time. That kind of thing. Song, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We are cruising. Natokozo, thank you for following, much appreciated. Some of the names I might struggle with a little bit, guys. I apologize if I mispronounce. As us Canadians like to say, sorry. Sorry. Uh-oh, our guy's yawning, but looks like there's a rest stop ahead, so we'll be okay. As long as Slow Joe Mago in front of us here doesn't put us to sleep with his slow driving. Yeah, but definitely, you know how game habits are. That's why I like to say, like, I'm a variety streamer, even if I play a lot of one game. You know, if I'm craving another game, I'll play another game for a bit, you know, and go back to something and go back to something else and jump around and jump up and jump up and jump down. But I mean, games like this, you know, they're you know, they're good for, you know, you might play for a while and then take a break and then come back, and or even switch to American Truck, you know, and get a little bit of different maps going for a bit. So it's kind of cool that way. Your favorite truck? That's my dream one day. Nice song. Yeah, this Scania is a pretty cool truck. I like this one. Plus, I had it painted with a hockey player on the side from pack I bought. All right, our guy keeps yawning. Let's sleep there. Is that cow gone? No, it's still there. Poor cow. It's been standing there all night. I guess I slept for like 12 hours. Kobe, thank you for liking. Murner, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Kobe. Alright. Hope you're all doing well. You're having a great weekend and all that good stuff. What's up? I don't know if you ever saw that commercial. That was like the coolest commercial at one point. I don't even remember what it was an advertisement for, to be honest. I just remember the guys going, "What's up?" What's your coffee choice there, Kobe? You have one? On the poll? Always fun to find out what people choose. You know, some people don't like coffee. Some people like coffee a certain time of day. Some people are hooked. No coffee. There you go. What about stuff like frappuccinos? Is frappuccino something on your radar? Because that tastes a little different than coffee. I'm more of a frappuccino person myself. Sarah, thank you for liking. I don't mind. Your coffee is your girlfriend's good morning text. Oh, there you go. She'll like that. It wakes you up, eh? Yeah, you know, actually, I very rarely have actual coffee. It's always frappuccinos that I have. Like, you know, I don't know. It's just something hot drinks I'm not big on. Just hot chocolate once in a while. That's it. You like mocha more than cappuccino? The frappuccino is the iced one, right? Like the blended iced one? That's the one I like. Oh, there's a construction zone there. That's why that guy was so far over. Mocha's good. I like mocha. These, you know, it feels like the speed limit's a bit high for this area. You call them frappes? Nice. Although, you know what? One time I was on a trip and there was no Starbucks. You know, I was getting kind of tired. I was driving back from Seattle, and there was no Starbucks anywhere nearby. But there was like this local coffee shop at some highway coffee shop thing. And I went in there and I ordered their Frappuccino, and I didn't like it at all. I thought it tasted terrible. I mean, it kind of did what it did, but it was like they Phil, thank you for following, and Akash, thank you for following, much appreciated. But you know, they had a thing where you added your own pumps of sugar, and I didn't add enough pumps of sugar because that thing tasted like crap to me. You know, I thought I added enough pumps of sugar, but you know, Starbucks does it a lot different. They just kind of blend up the ice for you with the coffee, and then, you know, there's a pump. You add however many you want. Apparently I needed to add 10 or something because it wasn't a good one. Probably some people thought, oh, that would be perfect. But no, not for me. Got a little bit of a sweet tooth. Gotta have the good stuff. I haven't played this song in a long time because I have so many new songs. Yeah, a lot of people have been falling to victims of pictures that look good, but when you actually taste it, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Well, I assumed it'd be like Starbucks' Frappuccino, you know? I needed to kind of wake up a little bit, so. But oh, okay, I'll have that. Waste of $7 or whatever the crap it was. Alright, you guys, we're going 1,000 kilometers in 80 to our destination. All in nitrogen cellulose or something like that. I don't know what it's for. Maybe Kobe knows. See the word there, Kobe? Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it, but nitrocellulose. You know what that's for? I have no idea. You don't like the taste of coffee too strong. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Although, you know, I was telling some people about it earlier. There's a chocolate bar in Canada called Coffee Crisp that's quite delicious. You like hot chocolate? Nitrocellulose. So if you look, I don't know if you could see it through the words there. Like, I don't know if it's covered up. Oh no, it's not covered up. It's right above the maple leaf in the bottom right corner. Is that like fuel? I have no idea. We were joking earlier that it might be for soap making. And then we were talking about Fight Club for a while. The fine movie. But I have no idea what it is. It's in a tank though. Could be fuel. Looks like we're turning up. Coming right away. Whatever, these guys need it. It's important. You have to Google it to see what it is. I have no idea. This is quite the trip here. Okay, you Googled it. Well, what is it, Christian? Don't leave us hanging. That's a nice thing about Google, you know. You know, Elon Musk once said, you know, we're already all cyborgs because we have, you know, basically the world's information at our fingertips. Flammable thing, gunpowder substitute. Oh, okay. Yeah, what he was saying is that the world is at our fingertips. And everybody's got that phone. They're always paying attention to it. Tyler, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. And you know, that's that whole thing that he's working on. Because he's working on that Neuralink company. So that basically it reduces that interface time. Because he said the slowest thing. Hussein, thank you for following. Much appreciated. The slowest thing for accessing that information is the time it takes us to ask the question with our fingers, right? So he wants it to be able to use a brain chip, and then you would basically be able to do stuff, you know, by thinking it, kind of deal. And you know, he's saying how that'll be beneficial to people with disabilities, but also to people, you know, to improve that I/O interface between us and the internet and stuff. And don't tell me it's coincidence that Elon Musk also happens to be working on an internet company called Starlink. You know, he's going for the all the stuff. And you know, of course, his cars are going to be tied to all that too, so you'll be able to have fully self-driving cars while you interface with his internet. Guys thinking ahead, I tell you. You know, Elon Musk actually has Canadian citizenship at one point. I don't know if he's still considered Canadian, but his mom was Canadian. So he grabbed his citizenship here, and then of course he went for his U.S. citizenship after that. Somebody gave you Converse sneakers yesterday. That's nice. That's pretty lucky. Yes, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Mark, thank you for following, and Mohan, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Elon is Iron Man and Cyborg in one. You know, he definitely, you know, one thing, if there's anybody that has the potential to turn into a supervillain, I think it's him. You know, it's like he wants to be the first to try his Neuralink chip. What the crap, a speeding ticket. He wants to try the first to put his Neuralink chip in his brain. And of course, that sounds like the origins to it, like Dr. Octopus or something. Justine, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Hopefully things don't go wrong when he makes himself into some super genius. Because he seems to all be thinking ahead already, you know. I like Elon Musk. I'd love to have a Tesla. I mean, those are awesome, man. Have a Cybertruck or something. Like, talk about a cool looking vehicle. It looks like it's from Mad Max. He's like Megamind, Brainiac or something, eh? But yeah, him and Jeff Bezos can battle it out. You know, Jeff Bezos is like Lex Luthor or something. Well, I guess if Elon becomes a supervillain, then he'd be on the same team as Jeff Bezos. Aaron, thank you for following. Rem, Fresh Seth, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Then he hacks into everyone's brain chips. Then he gets all the intelligence of the world all in one, and then he becomes like super. Bill Gates is the hero. The Micro Man. Yeah, he'll be combating them, eh? Black Mirror, eh? Yeah, Black Mirror is a good series. If you guys haven't watched that, check that out on Netflix. Jeff Kazamar, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Yeah, good old Elon, eh? The other company he has is the Boring Company, where he makes flamethrowers and crap. Oh wait, sorry, not a flamethrower. You know, because he couldn't ship it to certain places. It was called a flamethrower. He couldn't get through customs. Get Elon Musk with the Windows XP startup music. That's classic music, that one though. I remember Windows 95 having a Weezer video in it, and that being the most amazing thing. You know, they actually included a video from a rock band. I saw Weezer live in concert, you know that? You hate Bandersnatch because your characters always die? Yeah, but you can work your way around it though. Or I found you could anyway. My favorite part of that Bandersnatch was when they you start explaining to the guy what Netflix is. I thought that was like so great. We're going for it, guys. Across that four-way. You know, they developed special technology in Netflix just to be able to do Bandersnatch though, eh? Like, Netflix actually modified their system for that one. Oops, I got a speeding ticket. If I played the Stanley Parrot Ball. Is that the one with the crying baby? I played that one. Hello, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Yeah, I can't see now. I guess it must be green. Dracula, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Thank you guys again for all those follows, those likes, those shares. Helps a ton. Gets that word out, tells Facebook, hey, take a peek. Lots of ending that game really open. Did you ever, Kobe, with Bandersnatch, did you ever actually see the books that were called Choose Your Own Adventures? I mean, they're like old books now. But, it was a book series that was way back, and it was kind of like Bandersnatch, except it was a book. You know, it would you'd read a part of it. It would tell you, if you choose this, go to page, 25. If you choose this, go to page 82. So that's kind of reminds me of Bandersnatch. No, you haven't heard of those. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't even know if those are in print anymore. I have a collection of them. From many years ago, and I just kept them. They're kids books, but they're really cool. There's a couple different kinds. There's Choose Your Own Adventures themselves, and then there was there's something called Fighting Fantasy, which was similar, but it was with dice. So you'd fight monsters. It would tell you the stats of the monster, and you'd roll your dice and you'd fight it. And then if you defeated it, you'd continue on with the story. And sometimes the choices you make would kill you instantly, and other times the choices you make would be some sort of result or whatever. But they were really cool back in the day. I mean, I don't know if they're in schools or whatever. Like Dungeons and Dragons, very similar. But the Choose Your Own Adventures, like the first one was called Cave of Time, and it was you were a kid exploring this cave, and you make choice, and some choice would put you on the Titanic, and another choice would put you back into the Ice Age or whatever. Harsh, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Whoa, right? Guy like cut me right off. But I know that they re-released the series. I have the original series. Like I have like hundreds of them. Like 186 or something like that of those books. And there was even a contest they had way back of you could write your own Choose Your Own Adventure, and you sent them a self-addressed stamped envelope kind of thing, and they sent you a How to Write Choose Your Own Adventures book. So I bet you that book is uncommon, like because you had to actually ask for it. My dad right now collects old toys. One of the musical chimps from the 1950s. Yeah, that sounds cool. It's not quite that old to Choose Your Own Adventures. I don't know what year those got. Those would have been sometime in the 80s, I guess. Is when that series would have came out originally. And I'm not sure when the re-release was. Akindu, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But I mean, if you liked Bandersnatch, you're at the library or at a used bookstore or something like that. Try looking see if they have any. Yeah, the symbols you kind of on horror movies sometimes. Yeah, all those weird looking old toys, eh? But it's just like an old school version of Bandersnatch. They released a DVD of one of the books too. Well, Bandersnatch was that's the name of that the Black Mirror episode, right? So, but I bet you that those guys that made Bandersnatch review, or I bet you they read Choose Your Own Adventures when they were younger or something. Many of the Choose Your Own Adventures I collected too. I didn't even read them. I just collected them because I thought it was a cool concept. And I collected the Fighting Fantasies. There's a whole bunch of different kind of books they had. There's one called Interplanetary Spy. I think Wizards and Warriors, you flipped a coin on that one. There's these other ones where map quests, I think they're called, where you have these maps in the back of the book you can use. There was Car Wars books, all sorts of ones. There's ones based on real novels too. It was like a whole big market for a while. And that, of course, probably dried up a lot, but it was a neat thing for its time, though. There's a lot of things, though, that, didn't translate well into the digital age, though. So, Mad Magazine. Lovecraft, I haven't really read too much of Lovecraft, but I remember playing one of those old school role-playing games in high school, and one of my Friends was into Lovecraft. Arshad, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And he, we had a horror campaign where he was kind of basing some stuff on that. The role-playing game system he was using is GURPS. GURPS. And it's an interesting thing. I believe the original Fallout games, you'd have to look this up, confirm, but I believe the original Fallout games were based on the GURPS system in some fashion. And then they modified it, kind of thing. Lovecraft is interesting. It has old books, lores, and stuff. Yeah, that those books were around for a long time, I think. Like, same with the old Conan books. Fallout is a video game that you often see with Bethesda released, where it's based in this post-apocalypse world. Hermet, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But yeah, it's a video game series that was based on, like, they kind of have like a 50s paranoia, yeah, and then then like as if the war had gone out, and then they're in the shelters and stuff. But that video game, as far as I understand, I think it was based on the GURPS system. GURPS was a general, it's the generic universal role-playing system. So it was like the rules for like D&D back in the day, except for more generic things. You could play different themes. Fallout in the Metro series has the same vibe to it, sort of. Metro is a little different, but because it's all like based on the Russian thing or whatever it was, some sort of different area of the world. And then they had the currency, bullets as currency in Metro. Metro was a cool game too. I enjoyed that one. BJ, thank you for following, much appreciated. So yeah, there's some similarities. I mean, the subway systems and stuff like that. Post-apocalyptic. Vladla, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Yeah, the high caliber bullets is money. I never played the last Metro, but the first two I did. Thought it was a pretty cool game. Cause they did one more, I just never got to it. But I like that one. I like the Fallout series a bit better. They hide in bunkers, Metro, they live in the sewers. That's right. The Bang, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Got a red light, folks. The Bang, thank you for following, much appreciated. Oops. There we go. How we doing for sleep? Good. Our character's okay for sleep. Yeah, one role-playing game back in the day. I never actually played a lot of D&D. I mean, I played a little bit. One role-playing game I really liked back in the day was Car Wars. So that was like based on a post, there's like oil wars or something at one point, and then all the cars became electric, and then they mounted guns on the cars and stuff. And in this role-playing game, you'd mount guns on the cars and stuff, and then you'd fight it out. That one was really cool, and I liked another role-playing game called Paranoia. I'm surprised they haven't made a video game out of Paranoia, to be honest, because that game was insane, man. The whole concept behind Paranoia is that everything was basically illegal. There's something, you're living in this giant dome. You're only allowed in certain areas that match the color of your clothes. You're assigned the clothes like red, orange, based on your experience. So you start with red, and then basically you had a gun that didn't fire very well. And if you missed, you got in trouble. Everybody had a secret society. Everybody had a secret power, and secret societies and secret powers were illegal. If you knew the rules of the role-playing game, that was illegal, so you get in trouble for that. And you're trying to frame your fellow role players. We Happy Few kind of had some reminiscence of it, but it strayed a lot. I tried a little bit of that. The drug part looked kind of interesting at the beginning of the previews and stuff. Octane Birdie, start hype. But once they kind of got into the overworld, I found that I didn't stay interested in that game. But in that Paranoia game, you weren't allowed outside. And they give you insane missions. There's actually a Paranoia novel that was really interesting, but everybody has 6 clones, and there'd be like, you go on a quest to get a high programmer a pair of toenail clippers, and one person out of your group of 36 people would live, kind of thing. Kind of role-playish too, yeah. That was like such an insane thing, because you'd always miss, and then you'd break some pipe, and death robots would come, and you'd blame somebody else in your party and stuff like that. I played Robotech as well. Robotech was a cool game. Giant robots that you had a pilot inside a giant robot. Actually, one time I got to that one guy that I went to school with. I got to play a role-playing game session with him. It was Robotech. He was, I think he was the dungeon master, or whatever it's called in Robotech. He was like super good at it, as you can imagine, because he later on became one of the lead writers at BioWare. So he wrote up, a lot of characters and a lot of stuff that, games like Mass Effect and Dragon Age and stuff like that, KOTOR. And he's involved with the new ones coming soon too, the new Dragon Age. So that was really neat to see him write some characters, Octane Birdie, the world record trier. Every time I look, Octane Birdie's trying to set a world record. John Bosco, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And thank you guys for them follows, those likes, those shares. Much appreciated. Helps a lot, Oh, here we got a double gate. Let me in. Jalopy. I never played that game. I wonder if the auto duel would work. That was a great game back in the day. It'd probably be terrible now, but like really super bad graphics. But that's the only game based on that Car Wars had an official license. Never mind, you still have to use keyboard and mouse. Oh, for the maintenance. Well, this one you still use keyboard and mouse for parts of it, right? Funny, I only hit bumps on the front. Notice that? The trailer doesn't make any noise. Good thing I can proceed. I wouldn't know what to do if I couldn't. We're gonna have to sleep soon. I should just sleep here, eh? Oh well. Well, Deep, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Let's get past scout cars here. What do you do in Jalopy? I'm gonna pass this guy and then I'll read that. A little safer. You stop at a gas station, you know, buy a little snack and supplies in the store while you fill up, and then back. It's a road trip game. Oh, okay. Sandal, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Look at, I can't even go the speed limit here. My truck can't go that fast. My truck can go 90. Unless I'm going downhill. Rika, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. 600 kilometers to go, so we're gonna wind up sleeping at some gas station somewhere, and then get there just after that. Nice to have a good speed limit though, I tell you. Is that on the computer or is that on consoles as well? I never heard of that game. I was surprised my steering wheel worked for this actually, because this steering wheel is fairly old. Look at that, we're gonna make $1 million soon. I haven't been spending it on garages here the last bit. I should buy some more garages. And cars, more trucks, get them working. We're flying, man. Flying. Might as well have an airplane. Yeah, if you haven't played Fallout though, the only thing is Fallout 1 and 2, it's got a funny history to that game. So, there was a game called Wasteland back in the day. Like, you know, in the early 90s or something. And it was an EA product. Oh, I'll read this here first. It has everything road tripping. You can stop anytime, enjoy scenery, manage your car, fix broken parts, fill the gas, food too, just in case. You can upgrade your car. You know, auto repair shops and everything a road trip game have. Oh, okay. That sounds interesting. Man, we're flying, eh? But yeah, Fallout has an interesting history. Because originally it starts as... it's a top-down strategy game, turn-based strategy game, I guess. You know, you walk around, you explore everything, and you're in this situation where you're in the desert kind of thing. So that's Wasteland, right? Vignesh, thank you for liking, much appreciated. And Justine earlier. And then they're going to make a Wasteland 2 at some point. But EA had the license and wouldn't give it to them. So they made a different game. It was a spiritual successor of Wasteland. And it was called Fallout. And then that was also a top-down strategy game. And then they made Fallout 2. And then Bethesda acquired it. And then they made the 3D game that most people associate with Fallout now in Fallout 3. And basically then they made Fallout 4. And then those guys from Wasteland, you know, they weren't connected with Fallout 3 and 4 so much. So it's like the little different humor in them. Harnder, thank you for liking. Aditha, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Sapin, thank you for following. But they made these 3D games like Fallout 3 and 4, which Fallout 3 was a huge success. But the guys that made Wasteland and Fallout 1 and 2 were able to get the license for Wasteland again, the name the Wasteland. So then they, from EA. And so what they did is they made a Kickstarter campaign. It was one of the first successful, really successful Kickstarter campaigns. And then they got lots of funding for it and made Wasteland 2. And that's top down again. Strategy. And then that's on Game Pass, by the way, that game. I think Wasteland 1 is as well now. And it turned out to be quite successful, so then they made Wasteland 3. And that one's also on Game Pass. So is Fallout mixed history, or are they all... They're connected in some fashion. Like there's references between them, but they always have them in different areas. So like Wasteland 3, for example, is in the capital Wasteland. So like Washington DC, and like Wasteland 3 is in Colorado, and I can't remember where the other Fallouts are. I think that Wasteland 1 was around Nevada somewhere. Wait, is it still the same person? The one who made Wasteland and Fallout? So, Brian Fargo was who made Fallout and Wasteland. But he made Fallout 1 and 2, I believe. And, like, him and his central crew, right? Hi, Cameron. So, as far as it goes, they Wasteland 3 and 4, I don't think it was Brian Fargo's crew. But Brian Fargo did do Wasteland 1, some of Fallout 1 and 2, or I don't know if it's all of it. And then he did Wasteland 2 and 3. So it was the same crew as the original ones. We gotta find a spot to sleep. Fady, thank you for liking and following. Much appreciated. And of course, Cameron in the house. Thank you for being here. We gotta find somewhere to sleep, dudes. Pull that map. Fady, thank you for sharing. House of Demons, thank you for liking. Much appreciated, guys. That's why the humor is very, very similar in Wasteland 1 and 2. And 1, 2, and 3, and Fallout 1 and 2. And there's some, you know, they tried to be true to it in Fallout 3, but I don't think it's the same crew. Now, the only thing is that, like I was saying, Wasteland 1 and 2, they're very fun games. Well, one's really dated now. It's a 4 actions, 1 follow, 2 likes, 1 share. Well, thank you so much, Fady. Oh, there's a share out. Thank you so much. But yeah, they did. It's a really good series, but not a lot of people necessarily will be into Wasteland 1 anymore. It feels really dated. Even the what you call it, they kind of hopefully I'm going the right way here. They kind of what do they call it? Remastered it. But it still feels dated. It feels like a 1990s game. But Wasteland 2 and 3, those are pretty cool. And Wasteland 3 still is getting DLC added to it. Just recently, like a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago or something like that, it adds more. Jeez. Leaving violation. Muzuku, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well, Fady. Thank you so much, by the way. Although Wasteland 3 and 4 are definitely, I don't know, a lot of people really find them to be better games. So, although Wasteland 3 is even feeling a little more dated. And a lot of people actually regard Fallout New Vegas, they regard that as a game that they think is better. Although that's made by Obsidian, so it's not related to those original crews. But here's your whole history of that franchise, man. If you like strategy games, the humor on Fallout 1 is really funny, but it is dated a little bit. Because they're old PC games, right? Back from the 90s. There we go. Maybe we'll get in here without falling asleep. There we go, guys. We only got one sleeping fine. That's good. Let's gas up while we're here. Gassing up. There we go, guys. Now we should be able to get the rest of the trip in. There we go. We made it. But yeah, so Wasteland 2, it made some history because it had that Kickstarter success. There was like a couple of games when Kickstarter was brand new that really made Kickstarter noticed. So it was Wasteland and I can't remember what the other one was now, come to think of it. I don't know. There's another game too that did really super well. And then people started noticing Kickstarter, and then of course a lot more games got funded because those two did so well. And of course there's a lot of things on Kickstarter that people got funded that never did nothing. But you know, there's some games that really did super, like those ones. Oh, you know what it might have been? Shovel Knight. Might have been the other one I'm thinking of. I think that was an early Kickstarter one too. Check your sources, guys, if you know, maybe look it up here, see if I'm right about that. You know, I might be remembering wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was Shovel Knight or one of those games like that. Because there's a couple games that really put a Kickstarter on the map. I'm sure you can look up Kickstarter and see. Childera, thank you for following, much appreciated. Thank you for everybody for who's been hitting those likes, those shares, those follows. Awesome of you. Anyone who shared the streams, the stars. I don't know if there's any stars earlier or not, but thank you so much for all the support. If you want to share your favorite coffee time, you know, answer the poll and share it. Tell me the answer that you picked. That's awesome too. Pella, thank you for following, much appreciated. We're making money. Look, we're over 1 million. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Wah-ha-ha! $1 million. Yeah, it's weird streets here. Malik, thank you for following. Speaking of KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic, there was a character named Malik in that game. That was a fine game. Revan and Malik. I wonder if those guys will ever become Star Wars canon again. Because once Disney took over, they turned off the canon. Oh crap, $840. Speeding ticket. They turned off, they said that anything that was in previous video games before Disney owned them was no longer canon. And then anything after was canon for video game. So they nullified KOTOR as being Star Wars canon. Along with all the books and stuff like that. And then they've slowly been bringing some things back in the Mandalorian and in different Star Wars movies and stuff. They said all the movies are canon. Sanjeev, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. So, you know, it's kind of interesting to see. Because I hear Admiral Thrawn looks like he's back. He was in the books. He was a cool character in the books. And there was been talk about some of the Old Republic stuff. And so maybe they'll bring Revan into being a canon thing too, who knows? Or some variant. Because they can do what they want, they own it. Weird how they can change history like that, eh? But, you know, I can imagine it'd be hard to track all the details if you're a new company having to go through all these old books and stuff. Oops, we don't want to go over there. 333 kilometers away, guys. Awesome. Awesome, man. Awesome sauce. Alright, guys, we're getting someplace. 80 kilometers an hour. Look at that. Bets made us some money. There's no achievement for making $1 million, I guess, so whatever. We'll probably buy a garage at the end of this trip and add a couple drivers into training so that we can make even more money. Probably don't even have to worry about tickets, but then we might nullify our nullify the point of driving, I guess. Gotta go the speed limit, you know? Follow the law. Alright. 70 here. Got a traffic circle or something coming up. Bringing all the good stuff. We got our nitrocellulose here. They need that. Oh crap, wrong way. There we go. We almost turned the wrong way, man. Nobody wants to turn the wrong way, especially not me. Right? Right? Right, man. Alright. Juan, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Happy weekend to you. Alright, guys. For all the actions today, guys. Thank you for following, sharing, liking. If you want to talk, feel free to tell me what your favorite coffee time is. Or where you're from. That's kind of cool to hear. Oops, let's not drive through the red light though. Everybody loves the red light, eh? There we go. Back on our way. Oh crap, we ran over a sign. Oh, well, nobody needs to see what that sign said anyway. This red car looks suspicious. Maybe we passed the garage or something. Get her going, man. Up to 80. Down to 50. I think we're going through a residential area. We're going 59 though. I think we slowed down. There was a police car. No police for me. Don't want to get a ticket. Alright. Don't forget to like if you like the song, or hit like if you don't like the song. Either way, it's good. Get a reaction. Any reaction is good reaction, man. We are driving nitrocellulose all the way down there. We're gonna get a good payout. Big trip. We're gonna make lots of dough. Another 70 big ones. That's a night driving, eh? George, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Happy weekend to you. If you like the music, it's from the Facebook Music Collection. Free to download. Or you can listen right online if you want. I just downloaded a random selection. Oh, it's only 60 here. Take her easy, eh? Look, there's a police car. Perfect timing for slowing down. You. Alright, you guys. Every time it's like I speed up, it drops the speed limit. Alright, where are we going? Straight? Okay. 9,800 bucks from Merrick, one of our drivers. We're getting the good money. All we gotta do is buy these guys a truck. Then they go out and make money. Another police car, man. This neighborhood's well patrolled, isn't it? Alright, guys. We are 209 kilometers away from delivering the nitrogen cellulose. Samira, thank you for following. Much appreciated. This is a song about cherry pies. Everybody loves cherry pies. He's my cherry pie. Smile on my face, 10 miles wide. Looks so good. Makes the old man cry. Oh wait, it's not that song. Guess we can go faster than 45, eh? We'll speed her up. Although here's a traffic circle, so I gotta slow down anyway. They didn't reduce the speed during the traffic circle though, do you notice that? 80 clicks. Oh, look at, we're by Bon Mart. Now there's traffic circle coming up. They reduced the speed on this one though. We're driving through Petoskey. delivering the goods today. All the goods, not just some of the goods. Alright guys, red light. Everybody loves the red light. Everybody loves the green light more though. Just my pedals for a second, eh? Pedal to the plastic. Zach Lindsay Senny, thank you for following, much appreciated. So we gotta go to the right here. Because we're going that way. Alright guys, here we go. Alright. We can really let her loose, man. Going full speed of the truck because, you know, it just goes up to 90, but we can go potentially 100 if we found a hill. Do that, we can go drive blind for a second. Watch this, you guys will be scared for a second here. That's pretty scary, wasn't it? Got 133 kilometers to go. Mohammed, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Pass this guy. Gotta make sure we're gonna be swinging a right here coming up. I couldn't pass him on time. I had to pull back. Let's go there. Flammable truck. I got the nitrogen cellulose. I'm gonna turn right here. $111 kilometers. We're getting places, I tell ya. We're flying. It's only 80 here. We're almost flying. Really high speed for how residential this looks, though. Bucharest. Looks like we're swinging a right coming up. Gonna be a good time, not a long time. So have a good time. I'll see you every day here. There we go. Robert, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. This looks even more residential. There's a doghouse there. Weird shortcut. Alright. Oh, it's like 40 here. There we go. $80 here. Let's open her up. 64 kilometers to go, man. We're almost there. It will be annoying following 3 semi-trucks through a traffic circle. What can you do, though, you know? What can you do when you live in a shoe? You just have to enjoy the roundabout. Hopefully nobody cuts us off. These NPCs kind of like getting in the way sometimes, you know, guys. Alright, here we go. We're going up here. We're going to go left. Watch this multitask. Scratch my head while I turn. I guess it's not quite multitasking, just kind of multitasking. Man, this town. They must have, these people living in these houses must appreciate all these trucks driving by constantly. We'll honk at them. This must be some sort of border, eh? Yeah, it's definitely a border. I don't need the directions up there for 10 years. Good thing I'm able to proceed because I was proceeding. Well, come on. There we go. Hello, officer. Manoj, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Everything's in order. Have a nice journey. Hey, there's a dude walking around his truck there. All right. Let's get out of here, man. We only got 42 clicks before we get to our place that we need to go to. You know, they don't let me in like that. You're going, dude. There, we showed him. I never touch my horn in real life unless I absolutely have to. Just, so you know, this is like fiction, you know, or whatever. Fiction, the one where it's not true. Make believe. I'm just playing the role of a honky truck driver. Imagine you're driving your little holiday trailer. And you have to put up with that. All right. You guys like, oh my. OMG! I hit my brake. But that didn't go great. I was playing with my horn, I hit the space bar. Okay, how do I turn around on this thing? Where do I go? Go here, I guess. MJ, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Oh, that was an X-ray. Alright, guys. We're getting the places. White cars in our way. Man, good thing I wasn't in a hurry. Like 8 million inspections. Thank you for following, much appreciated. Here we go, guys. Another border vector. Holy crap, dudes. Got like checked 4 times. Everything is in order, of course it is. Wonder if they ever say it's not in order. Please pull to the side. Let us search you and pull out the rubber glove. We gotta go up here, eh? Aviv, thank you for following, much appreciated. That guy's going left, eh? "35 kilometers to our destination, though. Let's go, bus." Alright. Another traffic circle traversed. How awesome, eh? You bet you can't believe it either. A cool ball up in the top left, whatever that is. I can see our destination. Sweet. 27 kilometers to go. Yeah, this is a pretty cool looking street, eh? A neat bridge or something. Hassan, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I'm just mystified by the lights, man. That looked awesome. We were turning right. Div Pala, thank you for following, much appreciated. Alright, guys. It's up there. Oh, let's not crash right there. That would suck. We'll go 40-ish. I think we're doing a loop across the bridge. Oh, it's underneath the bridge this time. We're in Romania. You wonder where we are? Busy street, eh? Being a little back alley. Popular back alley, I guess. Sheriff, thank you for following. Much appreciated. All right. Let's park this baby. Look at what we got here, guys. We got nitrocellulose. And it's coming home to the nitrocellulose place that needs it. Oh crap, man. They're put in a crappy spot. I don't know if I can swing it that hard. What if we start over here? We'll figure this out, you know. All right, you guys, look at, we're doing it. Oop, wrong way. We did it! Excellent! Look, we're gonna be level 39 in a bit. Here's a big one, eh? Empty barrels for 91,000. Buy some garages and stuff, man. Look, we got tons of money. Countries don't we have garages in, eh? Get one in Budapest. Okay, so there's one. The Czech, maybe, eh? We should expand our Dresden garage. Switzerland, we need one in Zurich. Luxembourg. So we got the 3 trucks to buy. 355. We don't have a Portugal garage. Deepak, thank you for following. Much appreciated. If I buy that, that'll put me down to about 470. And I got to board 4 trucks. I don't even remember where all these are now. Luxembourg is one of them. Hungary was one of them, wasn't it? There we go. One more. The salesman's happy. They got lots of commission. That wasn't Romania. I don't remember where the other one was. That was Luxembourg. Oh, there's a truck there. Switzerland. There we go, guys. Then we gotta hire 4 drivers. That guy's probably good. Patrick Stewart. You can go to Hungary, I guess. Old guy. This guy looks pretty serious, eh? Alright, she's got a driver thing. You can go to Switzerland, I guess. It was J, I guess. We can go to Portugal, maybe. I think there's one place left. Lanka, pretty good here. The road, breakable, and the time delivery. Well, where was that one? That was Luxembourg, wasn't it? There we go. I think that's all of them. These drivers are really slow to advance. Must be just more jobs in certain areas, I think. Change her to balanced. You guys have all their long distance. I don't know if that's actually the best strategy or not, but there we go. Now what do we got for jobs in this area? $179 to go to Brest with the yacht. $58 a kilometer. That's quite the trek, eh? We'll be up till 2 more hours to drive if we do that one. This one's 211,000. That's even farther, probably. Vernon, thank you for following. That's an extra $2 a kilometer. Important. This one has ability for us to sleep though. Scooters. This one's to Istanbul, not Constantinople. Offer expires in 19 minutes. How tired is our guy here? Pretty tired. See here then. Where's the sleep spots? Oh, I see. That's Roos. Go here. Sleep, and then we'll check for jobs in just a second again. Whoa. Getting stuck there on stuff. Alright, we're going over here. We will sleep. And we'll search again for jobs and see what we come up with. New jobs probably pop up. This one's a bus yard or something, eh? Park right there, man. Now we'll find a job. $200,000 all the way up there. Good dough, though. Guess Ruse is the closest, eh? Roy, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Well, let's do the yacht. See how far it is. Zala, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We gotta go over here, eh? An indirect route. Nando, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Joshua, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We're gonna go left up here. This is where we were before. All right, I guess I don't know if this is where we were before, but looks like a nice neighborhood. Matthew, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Bumped into it. Which steering wheel controller am I using? You just bought a bus simulator PS4. You're beginning to enjoy such games and wish to get truck simulators soon. I am using the Logitech Momo steering wheel. I happened to buy it many years ago. Touch from Zambia, nice. Yeah, I bought it back. I'm in British Columbia, Canada. I bought it many years ago, and then I was curious if it still worked because it's a different version of Windows, and it worked. You just download the Logitech 511 drivers, and away it went. Now this one's not for sale anymore. It's not. They've replaced it since then with 2 or 3 wheels since then or whatever. But if you look around your Facebook marketplace or Kijiji or whatever, you might be able to find the Logitech Momo for a pretty cheap price. Not going to be at quite as big wheel range as the newer ones, but if you're trying to get in at a lower price, then this wheel might be a good choice. Because, as long as you make sure the one you're looking at is in good shape and has the pedals as well, right? Because sometimes people try to sell it without the pedals. You probably get it for $50, $100, I bet. And depending where you are, right? And if you compare that to the 923 or something like that, the new wheels, those ones are like $500, right? So anyway, it might be a good one to look into. Has the little buttons right there on the controller, PC wheel too. But if you're looking up MOMO, Logitech Momo, Alright guys, we're bringing this from Romania to France. We'll be sleeping probably 4 times on the trip and the character sleeps. We can go over here. Carrying this big old boat for somebody. You might get the Logitech G29 or Thrustmaster if Momo isn't available anymore. You wouldn't be able to get directly from Logitech. You'd have to definitely look on the used marketplace. I'm sure you could find them though. Plastic foot pedals is durable since you're not playing any racing games. No intense use for driving. For games like sim driving. Oh, there you go. I think this would do fine. I don't know. I seem to, you know, maybe one day I'll upgrade when I see it on sale on Amazon Prime Day or, you know, Black Friday or something. But as far as it goes, you know, what, you know, like I added the 923 to my Amazon wish list, so you know, if I see it on like a super good sale, you know, I might grab it. But I don't see an immediate need for this this game to upgrade it. You know, unless that's like a super good price or something. If you get lots into the racing, super racing games, you know, then, you know, I could see the other wheels being a bit more something that, you know, if you're really super into it, then you could invest more, you know. That seems to do the trick. That's the main thing, right? Some people get those other wheels too, those Fanatec wheels, but those things are freaking, you know, almost $2,000. Yeah, it's got the force feedback, you know. Are you going to be playing on PlayStation and or Xbox at all? Because the G29 is also compatible with PlayStation. Oh crap, what I hit. Let's just clip that right side gate a bit, eh? If you're also thinking about Xboxes and stuff like that, the 920 series, 920, 923, those ones are compatible with the Xbox as well as PC. I'm not sure about the Thrustmaster's compatibilities. I was more looking at the Logitech's, but I don't know, I think they all probably do the trick, right? Those Logitech's and the Thrustmasters are all considered kind of mid-tier. And from what I was researching, that there's not really any good low-tier ones in the low-tier category for low prices. I saw some reviews actually talking about the Momo as still being a pretty decent wheel. At this point, you know, when I bought this wheel, it was actually considered best of in the marketplace at the time. Planning to get PC soon since truck simulator games aren't available on consoles. You can add your own PC music on the PC. Yeah, this music I have here is like the Facebook music collection. I downloaded a bunch of songs from there. Just because I'm streaming, the you know, you can put normal music on, but then, you know, you have that extra thing of having to worry about DMCA. Oh, good, you confirmed it. Yeah, the P29 is PC and PlayStation, and then for the 920 and 923, they're Xbox and PC. So depending on if you ever get a console down the line, then, you know, you could actually pop it over and use it on those too if you needed to. That's the only thing. That's one reason I'd consider upgrading. I play a lot on the Series X, and it'd be nice to have a steering wheel available if I want one. Samson, thank you for following. Much appreciated. There is a truck simulator game though, not this series. There's one called Truck Driver. I haven't played it. It looked okay, but a truck driving game on the Xbox. I've seen that one. Crap. Missed the turn. But yeah, this one's one of the better ones, so this would probably be better than that other one, I would assume, but I'm not really sure. I haven't played that one on the Xbox. Yeah, as far as it goes, I mean, yeah, there's definitely lots of options on the PC, which is nice. But if you're still on console, if you want to get a trucking game in, you can always check that one out and see if it's any decent buy. It didn't look that expensive. Another good game if you're on console and you like trucking and simming kind of games. I don't know if you played it or not. SnowRunner is a good one to check out. It's on consoles as well as on PC, and it's coming to even to the Nintendo Switch right away here. And that one there is pretty good. It's like Ice Road Trucker kind of deal where you're doing recovery missions, and you know, like somebody's truck stuck in the mud or something, you gotta winch it out, or you know, you gotta bring a trailer to some remote location. That kind of thing. If you want to look within my videos, I have lots of gameplay on it. I was playing it on Series X and Xbox One, and it's pretty fun. You know, you can play with your friends. Up to 3 friends can join you. I think they just put mods on for Xbox as well. That seems like a pretty good game. You know, it's kind of fun. And but yeah, if you want to check out my gameplay of it, just go look in my video series. There's one called SnowRunner. It's the sequel to Mud Runner, and that kind of like the spinny tires or whatever that game was called. So whether you have a console or you want to try it on your PC, you can always check that game out too sometime, you know. Made by the same folks that make Farm Simulator. So definitely, if you're into that kind of game, it might be also up your alley. And while you're saving up for a computer, you can always play that one on the consoles. That's assuming you have one of the consoles. Plus, you know, the cool thing about it, SnowRunner has one of their DLCs is in Yukon, Canada. But it's fun, fun, fun. Alright guys, we're 2,966. kilometers away. I just thank you for following. Much appreciated. We're already up to 100 grand in money again. The drivers are making us some dough. I just hired 4 new drivers. We're building an empire here. Deliver this boat. Lots of gas. We're well rested. Thank you for following, Mahar. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh crap. Did I go the wrong way? Guess I must have turned down the wrong one, eh? Oh, it was a big accident. Long enough drive. If we're going the wrong way, it doesn't help us. Kyle, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oh, that guy clipped the boat. Jerk. He didn't damage the trailer, eh? Alright, thank you for following, muchly appreciated. Alright guys, let's cruise. Cruise it. 100, we can hit the pedal all the way down now. Love it. Thank you for those shares, those likes, those follows. Helps a lot, you guys. Gets that word out. Word out, yeah. And we're delivering a boat. We're on a boat. Man, I moved it so I can't see my pole. Oh, the pole's gonna be surprised, I guess. Hopefully we get lots of 90 highway here. Lion. We got 2,897 kilometers to go. Like 4 countries. We're gonna make it. It'll be amazing. As long as we don't take too many wrong turns, eh? There's a turn coming up. Bella, thank you for following. Oh crap. Oh, what happened there? We'll just squeak by everybody, I guess. I don't want to add 5 hours to the trip because I got to take some weird detour. Screw that noise. We're getting the place. Getting the places. Oh, it's 60 here. This boat's not getting there by itself. You think it's gonna float there? Alright, it's 80 here. No, it's 50 here. Like switching up the speeds on you, hey? Where's that red car gone to? There it is. Alright, guy, let's get going. Don't call me guy, friend. Don't call me a friend, buddy. Alright. 80. Come on, Pokey Puppy, let's go. Rubble, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We got places to be. We gotta get moving on this road here. Going all the way to Brest, France. Rose, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Gotta watch, you know, when you're cruising on the cruise control and the speed drops all of a sudden to 50. There's always a cop right there waiting to give you a ticket. See, it goes from 80 to 50. That's a $1,500 ticket. They love it. We don't need no $50 ticket. I guess it'd be not bad if it was a $50 ticket, but cost of business. But you know, when it's $1,500, it sucks. Don't need no $1,500 ticket. The reflections on that building, that's pretty cool, eh? Okay, let's get out of residential here, guys. Let's go. This bridge needs a little DLR to clear up that rust. Yeah. Alright, we go up to 80 now. There we go. NK Ulenko, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We're hauling a boat. If you look in my mirror, you can see the boat. The only way I can get that boat faster is if I jump in the water. But then it has like miles on its odometer or whatever. Kilometers, miles, whatever they use on boats. Knots. Alright, is he gonna drop the speed again? Gotta watch for them speed drops, you know? And look at the nice structures of the buildings. Enjoy this scenic route as you and I and everybody else here drives through parts of Europe to deliver a boat. Good boat, man. Only the finest in boats gets delivered. I mean, you know, if it's a crappy boat, why would they pay almost 200 grand to deliver it, right? Unless it's like Gilligan's Island boat or something, you know, like where they maybe have like, you know, some sort of story behind it. It's going on a 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour. And then they get stranded on an island with an actress. Farm girl, a professor. A millionaire and his wife. Be there before you guys know it. I don't know, can you guys think of any other good boat shows? I liked Lost. There was a boat in there. It wasn't Penny's boat. It said not Penny's boat on his hand. That guy was a video game character and an actor. Was a video game character in Quantum Break later on. I liked that character on Lost too. He was pretty awesome. The only thing bad about Lost is the end was kind of weird, but seems to be a going thing for most TV series is that stretch it out a little longer than it should due to being successful, you know. $50 here, eh? Feels like we're stuck in town forever here. Now we're flying. Flying right into a photo radar trap or something. Lee, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We're driving a boat. You know what happens when we get there? We could say it's boat time. Your driver lean leveled up. Very leafy, foresty here. Oh, let's stay on the road. Not very big shoulders here, eh? Alrighty, guys. 2696 kilometers to go. Gonna make it. It's gonna be glorious. The boat getting to where it needs to be. We don't want to wreck the boat, so we better slow down for just a second there. $8 in the game, as you can see by the light and the clock on the right. There's a train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-car train. Little passenger train. Elsa made us $1,000. Sweet. But then the cops don't get too mad when you're driving your brights on. Just blink you like everybody else. Another train, eh? Oh, it's construction. Sometimes it's marked and then the speed limit is good, but sometimes it's not. In this case, it's marked. Alright, you guys. Glorious. Glorious, man. We're just cruising, man. We're making good time, man. Indeed. Bet you didn't think we could make such good time, eh? Get to see the whole of Europe here, practically, in this run. I don't know what the tolerance for the police tickets are. Sometimes I've been speeding and then they don't nail me. Other times they seem to get me when I'm just over. Man, I was gonna pass him too, crap. I was turning anyway. Alright, here we go. We're turning. Turning the corner, man. Gonna be going right coming up though. Trailer damage, what the heck? Clip a little post. What a rip. Alright guys, let's get moving here. Our guy's gonna be probably yawning pretty soon. We gotta make sure we start keeping an eye out for rest stops. Of course, whenever he's tired, the rest stops always feel like they're 8 zillion miles away, but you know, whatever. Whatever, man. Oh, no shoulder. Go down past the cop. Oh, that's 80 still there anyway. Alright, you guys, here we go. Don't forget to follow, like, hit that share if you can. Be muchly appreciated. Gets that word out for me. Here we go. We're gonna turn right now. Right now. Ow. Trailer damage again. What the crap? don't even know what's damaging this boat. Okay, you definitely need to find a resting spot. Over there's one coming up. I'm gonna go through these roundabouts slower or something. And looks like there's a gas station right there too. No driving zone. Right, guys, we're gonna be turning left coming up. Hopefully there will be a resting spot there for us to lay our guy's head down for a little bit so that he doesn't get fined. Because his bed is red. There's a plane. That's rain coming down too. Well, thank you for following, much appreciated. The dude's tired. Alright, let's look to see if there's a rest stop. He's way up there, no? Oh, there's some in there. I guess we gotta do that. Well, Bile, thank you for following, much appreciated. You're having a good weekend, everybody. Thank you for those follows. Again, like, share, all that stuff's helpful. Cat Lego, thank you for following as well. Much appreciated. Let's pass this guy here. We're making it. Oh crap, clipped him. Raju, thank you for following. A heavy rain here, eh? Ooh, look at that lightning, eh? How cool. Alright, guys. How's this truck? It's like a cement truck. It'd be oh, I clipped him. Crap. Oh, I clip these guys all the time. Their boat's wide, I guess, eh? Like a scary horror movie with the lightning and rain. I remember in grade 4 or 5 or something like that, I was in our class, they showed a kind of scary movie, which was rainy house by a house by a rainy forest. Still remember that, and then grade 4 was a long time ago for me. You quit drinking coffee in high school. Well, there you go. You can be one of the votes for no coffee. What about frappuccinos and stuff like that? Thank you for liking, Logan. What about the frappuccinos and stuff like that? Do you drink those at all? Because that's still coffee. I drink the frappuccinos myself. I don't really. I'm not really much for the hot coffee. Our dude is gonna fall asleep. None of that either, eh? Well, there you go. So we could sleep in one of these beds up here. The guy is tired. It's been complaining for ages about it. But it looks like there's a rest stop right up ahead. None of that. Oh, how about getting over there? We did it without getting fined. That's nice. Alright, let's get out of here. You have a Red Bull every month or so, but that's a rare occasion. Oh, I see. I've never had a Red Bull. Guess we gotta go over here somewhere. That guy, he's ready for an inspection. I've had the Jolt Colas, that's it. That's my only energy drink I've ever drinking. I've actually never really tried the Red Bulls and stuff. Oh crap. Am I able to go through there? Guess we can just go around it. So we're in the new town. Our new country now. I missed which one it was, but whatever. We got a boat. There's one sleep down. Probably still have to sleep at least 2 more times, I would think. Going all the way over to France. Far side of France from Romania. Try to keep the speed more reasonable, eh? Alright, guys. Back in effect here. Gonna turn left though. Coming up. And that'll be in like a major artery. 90 or something. Be nice. Make up some ground. There we go. Not 70 here still. You know, it's a long drive. When at the beginning of the drive, you start with like under 100 grand. And I'm already up to 230. I'll have like 500 grand by the time I get there. Alright, guys. We are at Sezig. Try to say it. I play the ATS multiplayer or roleplay or whatever it's called. I played some of the World of Trucks external contracts, but I haven't played where you're playing with a bunch of players or anything. But that was for this game, not American Truck. I don't actually know how to connect to those ones yet, those kind of things yet. I've just been enjoying the single player on Euro Truck and building my business up. Seeing if I can eventually hire every driver they got. Although if you buy every garage, you can't fill every garage. Interesting. I thought you would be able to, but I looked it up. Unless they've updated since then. Have you tried it? Go, red light. There, that worked, eh? Those guys are, let's get the crap out of here. They should have, like, you know what they should have, Logan? They should have some, like, sometimes kids walking by or something, and then they go like that, you know, like to, you know, or whatever, to signal to, I guess like that, to signal to the trucker to honk their horn. And then if you honk, then they cheer. I think that'd be pretty cool, because when I was a kid, you saw the truckers, that's what I did. You know, get them to blow those air horns, right? You think you'd like it? Am I dragging the rail there? You and your girlfriend did that with our son a few weeks back. When a train was going by, did the train honk the horn for you? I guess you could do that for trains too, eh? Yeah, well, I loaded trains when I worked at a coal mine. I loaded trains as part of the job as a summer student. The job consisted of pushing the button, then you push the button again, then you push the button for the latex spray, then you push the button for the latex spray, then you push the button. Oh, too far away? Oh, okay. See what they put a latex spray on there. Keeps the dust down a bit, you know? So that the people with houses near train tracks don't complain about like coal dust flying off and dirtying their houses. And you know, the worst part about the latex spray is the stupid thing's plugged constantly. So you'd have to stop the train, climb onto the back, walk onto the train car and on top of the coal that you just dumped, and then you unplug the stupid latex bar with a coat hanger. You stop the train like 20 times doing that. Some people didn't do that, but you're supposed to. The fines get involved, you know, if they get complaints and they discover that latex isn't on there. Ever think about doing a charity stream? I saw that there's some where they're doing stuff like St. Jude's Hospital and stuff like that. I don't know. The thing that you know, if I was to pick a charity, I'd want one that applies in my area as well, you know? And most of the things are centric to other countries. So I don't know if St. Jude's is in Canada, but it'd be nice to pick some charity that is here as well. Paula Crafters did one, yeah. He was doing a St. Jude's one. What's going on? Why is everybody so slow? Oops. I'm like super slow because I hit my brake. Yeah, I don't know. As far as it goes, I guess maybe someday. $24 charity next month. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw he was mentioning he was in that. Oh crap. Turn around. There we go. I didn't know you modded for Call of Crafters. That's pretty cool. Oh, stop. Don't hit him. These guys do terrible merges, eh? Go there, pal. Oh, okay. He's doing it like a 24-hour charity? I don't even have any mods right now. I had a couple mods, but they haven't been around too much. And then I think it just turned it off. I was supposed to go in this page test thing too, but they looked like they were picking people with low mod activity. It's not really that bad anyway, as far as it goes. You know, trolls are probably 5% of what they are on Mixer and stuff. You're not supposed to stop on an off ramp, but also the merge lane should be longer. I don't know, maybe it's a European thing, eh? Yeah, it's funny. On Mixer, there are so many trolls in comparison. Here they're pretty tame. There's a couple of people that come through once in a while. Most of the time, it's self promo. Probably the one thing I wind up deleting the most. Other than that, though, it's you know, like there's people that would go on and they had like, you know, like for example on Xbox, there's like those Xbox groups, and they're putting all sorts of weird racist messages as group names, as private group names, and then, you know, because it's showing up on your stream, the notification, they were inviting me to a bunch of these group names to get it on my screen. So then I had to quickly figure out how to turn those notifications off. That's why I don't run with notifications, is because I was such a pain in the butt. So they had all these accounts set up. I think he even wound up like I submitted to Xbox, like the VOD with like showing off the messages, you know, and like, are you using the VOD to determine who it was? And then there was like, well, you like Facebook gaming, can't be anonymous as much as you could on other platforms. There's some people that really hate that about Facebook, though. It's kind of weird, eh? You know, like, you know, like in the partner forums, there's somebody always constantly complaining, you know, because he had people on his community that refuse to go on Facebook because they can't go under you know, a fake name the same way. I mean, ultimately, you know, they could make a page account and then talk through that, but I guess, you know, maybe they don't want to do that. $50 here, eh? Crap, I still got a speeding ticket. Only 200 though. I could have got caught at 90. That was my worst troll encounter though, I think, on Mixer. Was that person doing that. And I don't like to have the party on because you never know what somebody says. Because in my first 1 or 2 streams when I was first starting, or first 1 or 2 games rather, you know, I had somebody in the party playing the game, and then, you know, they said something rude, you know. So I was like, I guess I'm not gonna do that then. It's still coming through your speakers, you know. Bad enough when you're playing hockey and the other teams, or sometimes even your own players, might have an inappropriate name or something like that. Like if you're just letting somebody join you and you don't know what their you know, name reads out to be, you know. I mean, obviously, I'm sure they know that that's beyond your control. If the random player online is named something like ridiculous. At least EA is cracking down on that, though. That's a positive thing. Or supposedly, you know, they're saying they're cracking down on it. Musty, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Are you gonna play the baseball, Logan? Coming to Game Pass soon. Better slow down. I'm gonna wind up flipping my truck. Narrow lane. I got a fat boat. There we go. We're getting the places here. We got a nice 90 zone here. Looks like we're gonna be swinging a left there, and probably just part of the main road though. Oh, it's a right turn coming up. All right, we're cruising. McBanna, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Ooh. Santa, thank you for following as well. Don't want to hit a barrier, eh? All right, you guys, 1912 kilometers to go. Looks like we got a left turn coming up. Let's go, brown car. Hey, cow dudes. There we go. We're back moving again. Your phone died. You're gonna head out to bed? Alright, thanks for coming by. Have yourself a good sleep. Just gonna go over in the other lane. Alright, we're making it places, guys. Everybody's cruising here. Like a race, eh? Race to get the boat there. Man, this boat's never seen such good speeds, eh? Still 1830 kilometers to go, though. Alright, guys. We're just speeding a bit here. Hoping I can cut a sleep out eventually, you know? Looks like our guy's gonna start yawning. Yawning soon, though. We're flying, though. Alright, you guys. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. It'd be appreciated. Hit that like, hit that share, get that word out for me. Tag a friend if you want. Your brother, your friend, your, you know, anybody. Your aunt, your uncle. Anybody you think might be interested in watching. Of course, make it somebody you want to hang out with, you know. Don't be dragging the worst relative over. They're flying. We gotta find a bed though, I think. And gas eventually here. We're down to less than half tank. There he goes. He's starting on. I wonder how close it is to a rest stop. There's a rest stop. Perfect. Gas station too. Add some fuel up. Make it easier to $1.07 diesel. Phew, we made it. Onto the gas station. We're risking tickets, but if it's 10 over, guess it's not the worst ticket, right? All right. Another country, I think. If you haven't hit follow yet, please do so. Be appreciated. If you want to share it to a friend or your feed. And if you can hit that like, be appreciated. And Tello, thank you for following. Much appreciated. All that stuff helps. Gets the word out, tells Facebook, hey, you guys alright. He's driving like a maniac. Driving 890 in an 80 zone. Pretty maniac-ish, isn't it? Alright. I wasn't sure if that guy was going to merge on me. Keep an eye on things. $1,572 kilometers to go. In-game hours. $760 for being 10 over. Well, now we know the price, I guess. Kind of harsh, eh? Pixie, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Okay, we got a right turn coming up. No, maybe not. It's the main road. Oh, that car passed me on the right. I almost drifted into him. Alright, we're turning left. All right, so we're gonna go straight here. We're cruising. If anybody has any questions, maybe I'll answer them. I don't know. We'll see. Darn it, another speeding ticket? Where'd that guy come from? I think that guy was not there before. I just passed a truck. It's already leveled up. All right, you guys, we're cruising. 1421 now. Big trip, eh? You see all of Europe. At least some of it. Europe's pretty big. We're not fooling around. Passing everybody. The trip of trips, guys. We're making it. Getting there. 1369. Bet you can't believe it. But there's something up there in the air. Braille draw. We're getting places. Looks like we're going to be going right though, coming up. I think we're going up there. Must be in Switzerland now. I'm tired here. We'll have to probably wrap up after this trip, but we still got 1,300 kilometers to go. We'll make her though. I think we should be able to easily get quite a ways. With this Formula One truck here we got. Except for the big bus in the way. What? $200 speeding violation? Then the guy slams into me. Didn't see how many I was over there. Maybe it's not as much for the speed limit here. Doesn't actually say the speed over. Only 200 over though, that's pretty good. Or 200 speed. Yeah, not even making sense. $200 over the for speeding. So it's 380 for 10 over. We drive on the line here. Darn it. We got $400. I think it's those photo radar signs. So watch out for those. We're in France now though. Don't have to cross into any more new countries. We're almost there, just the other end of France. Still 1,100 kilometers, but you know. All right, We're getting there. Making good time. $110 here, you think? If I can get full speed here, good. Jack LaRue, thank you for following, much appreciated. Thank you so much for the follow. And if you guys are enjoying what you see, hit that follow. If you want a hard notify, exclamation notify. And of course, if you can, like, share, tell your friends about me. Pass that word on and say, hey, this guy's alright. He drives crazy. I don't always drive crazy. I'm just trying to make up so I can save a sleep. I'm getting a lot of tickets, unfortunately, this run. Nice, we got a 90 stretch though. I like that. Anytime it lets you go 90. Awesome. Wow, crap. I was going 90, then dropped to 80 and gave me a ticket, and then back to 90 again. Start of Toll Road. Guy in all his cars. Oh, I got a boat. Alright, you guys. 1,028 kilometers to go. We are cruising. It's almost 2:30 in the morning, eh? We're going 20 over there. Man, oh man. We're flying. If you haven't hit that follow button, please do so. Be appreciated. Hit that like, that share, that follow. It all helps, guys. I'll probably start yawning right away. There it is, right on cue. A speeding ticket from nowhere. Wonder how we're looking as far as rest stops now. While there. Well, you know what, guys? I'm afraid I'm having a little trouble keeping my eyes open. So I'm gonna save, I think, and then I'll resume tomorrow. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Sodic, thank you for following. I'm gonna review my poll, and then we'll hit the hay and get back at her tomorrow at 7 o'clock Pacific time. Thank you so much for anybody who's stopped in, said hello, had shared, followed, who liked. It all helps you guys. And even just hung out, that's awesome. Anybody who participated whatsoever, for sharing your crowd. Jordy earlier for the stars. Julian earlier for the stars. Invited your viewers. Anybody who invited your viewers, thank you so much. And thank you for liking and sharing. So the results of the poll are 42% said all the time is coffee time. 38%, so it's very close, said morning only. And 12% said no coffee. 8% said no later than 3 p.m. So that's interesting, guys. I'm going to post that in my Discord. If you haven't followed yet, again, please follow. Go and check out my YouTube. YouTube link is in the video description there, along with TikTok and all that rest of the stuff. Thank you for being here, and I hope you have yourselves a good night, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. I start normal at 7 Pacific time.